City Council. Now, I would like to open the meeting by inviting Ms. Jane Johnson and as well as Lagon Rinpoche and Goshi Losang Gyatso to the chair, please. These are Buddhist monks from Dagiev Buddhist Centre who will open our meeting.
Sanje Chedo Tsuja Chuna Lai Sanje Pada Dan Shazan Je Dagi Jiso Jibi Tsunama Je Andola Bech Sanje Rawa Jo Sanje Chedo Tsuja Chuna Lai Sanje Pada Dan Shazan Je Dagi Jiso Jibi Sonoma je dola benjo sanje doa jo sanje je do chonoma la janjo pada dan shazan je dage je do sonoma je dola benjo sanje doa jo kowa le ro dare ma da ra yen je ro Dere nawa nale drome yala shanta lo oma dare dada dere so 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 oma dare dada Tere so oma dare dada tere so oma dare dada tere so chala deje so va tabe de do so kando ni sa jo za ne de wo bo do de so chi do da je fe wan ze do so Nyamo dele tsendele, nyame ganya dele shu, nyanje toda dele, kenjo zanja dashi shu.
I will now read the Shantideva dedication prayer revised by the 14th Dalai Lama. I hope you can hear me. You have a copy of it in front of you. May all beings everywhere, plagued by suffering of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be free. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. I hope that provides some optimism for your meeting.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi nui. Okay, so now we have one speaker for public forum, and that is Mr. Julian Dory, who will speak about Dunedin stormwater. So you have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for questions, and your microphone is already on, but if someone else speaks, the light will go off. So, is it not? Right. Okay. Oh well.
Shall I press? No, it's running. Good.
No,
Okay.
you just go for it. And,
Good. Well, thank you very much. My name is Julian Dory. Greetings to the DCC Mayor, councillor staff, and other dignitaries. Background. I have a civil engineering background in the past, and more recently community development here and overseas. My motivation for being involved in South Dunedin stormwater justice is a biblical worldview where God has a preferential bias for the poor. And in this case, I think people that get flooded fit within that category. I live in St Kilda, part of the Dunedin Flat, generically referred to as South D. So I have financial skin in the issue of stormwater flooding. Skin in the game. Today I'm petitioning you to bring the South Dunedin stormwater justice into being. There's 2 parts to this. There's a technical issue, that's easy to fix, but there's also a justice issue. So the technical issue, following the 2015 flood, I was shocked by the DCC's managed retreat narrative. This seemed to be, to me at the time, almost an ideological default that the flood was a climate change event, with retreat being the only option. There seemed to be a resistance to engineered adaptation options or solutions being even a possibility. Finally, several years after the flood, the DCC admitted responsibility for stormwater infrastructure failings. And it was just part of the issue. The joint DCC-ORC South Dunedin Future Programme started investigating climate change adaptation options to be implemented sometime in the future. The downside to this all-encompassing climate change analysis, I think, has become climate change paralysis, with no substantial stormwater improvements made in the 9+ years since the 2015 flood. And then South D was flooded again in October 2024, in addition to several smaller floods that have occurred along the way. And it was mistakenly described as a 1-in-100-year flood event by a premature tweet, or X they're now called, from NIWA, but it was not even close. Stormwater flooding is primarily caused by high rainfall intensity, not rain duration per se. The South D stormwater system was originally designed in 1968 for 14 mils per hour, with all stormwater retained in the pipes, in the pipe network, and 19 mils per hour with some secondary flows above ground. The current Dunedin Stormwater Design Guide from NIWA says that an 18 mils per hour for a 1-hour duration is, with all stormwater retained in the pipe, is the standard to be met. Peak rainfall intensity in 2015 was only 12 mils per hour. And in 2024, it was only 8 millimetres per hour. The South D 2015 and 24 flooding was caused by an undersized stormwater system, not climate change rapid onset per se. The South D stormwater system is undersized and needs to be fixed. The sewage issue. The Kaikorai Valley wastewater pipeline carries sewage originating in the western suburbs of the city. And the pipeline, you probably know, passes through the Caversham Tunnel and then travels down Surrey Street on the way to the Tahuna wastewater treatment plant. In heavy rains, and especially in 2015 and 2024, the raw sewage under pressure pops the Surrey Street manhole lids, resulting in other people's raw sewage entering residential properties and houses. No substantial action, temporary or permanent, has been taken to divert this wastewater flow away from the Surrey Street South Dunedin context. Surrey Street sewage overflow issues need to be fixed. and justice. South Dunedin, I want to suggest, is not a victim of climate change, it's a victim of an undersized stormwater system, and for Surrey Street, a faulty sewerage system for years/decades. Simple engineering of pipes and pumps can sort the stormwater and sewerage issues now. And in future, the slowly rising sea level impact on the groundwater can be sorted by dewatering at the sea boundary. This is a shameful situation for the 13,000 people in 3,000 houses who call South Dunedin home, and the thousands of Dunedin people who visit and shop there each week. In this forum, I can't ask questions, but I will present some rhetorical questions in the remaining 10 plus seconds. How long will South Dunedin have to wait for a fully functioning stormwater system and Surrey Street a fixed sewage system? What is the legality of knowingly allowing South Dunedin to remain exposed to the risk of years or decades of flooding due to stormwater, through undersized systems and the sewerage? Are human-occupied residential neighbourhoods allowed to be the designated wastewater overflow location for years? Conclusion: climate change justice will be needed sometime in the future, but right now South Dunedin just needs some stormwater justice. Thank you very much.
Great. I'm sure we'll have some questions. I have one to start. Are you aware that in this council's draft 9-year plan, we have a proposal firstly for the very short-term pipes and pumps along Forbury Road to stop stormwater rolling down into Surrey Street, along Hillside Road and along Bayview Road. So those three projects should make a significant difference to getting stormwater out of South Dunedin when it is inundated. But subsequently to that, we also have included in that 9-year plan a upgrade of the Green Island wastewater treatment plant, so all of the Cocker Valley water can go to the Green Island wastewater treatment plant.
Sorry, that was a question?
Yes, are you aware?
Yes, no, I'm aware of that, and I did watch the long-term plan. This speech was intended to be at the front end of the long-term plan, so I'm aware of the decisions that have been made. I think for those of us involved in this protest from the other side, we see literally what's been decided in the LTP as a drop in the bucket. We certainly see it as a welcome drop in the bucket, and certainly an ideological shift to saying let's actually do something with engineering. But it's not clear to us who have read those, the LTP, the three suggestions. It's not clear to us just actually how much detailed engineering at this stage has even gone into deciding on those. And it's not clear to us that the Surrey Street sewerage situation, I can't see that anywhere in the long-term plan. I haven't seen that one at all anywhere in the long-term plan going ahead. And that's a great concern for Surrey Street.
Well, I believe it's in there, but anyway.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Julian, I know, listen, I've been to the Caversham Baptist Church meetings and I know this has been around for a long time. Do you see in that resolution that went through with the consultation document, if we increase spending in South Dunedin, you are in fact correct that there is almost no engineering plans to go with that at the moment, but do you see it as being a start of a direction in the fact that the council is turning its head to exactly the question you're asking?
Yes, I felt it was. I felt pretty bleak before the LTP meetings, but no, I felt it was a positive turn in direction to doing something to do with engineering and trying to solve the problem, rather than it being in this climate change paralysis basket for the future. It is also election year, and I'm just concerned that this will be a step in the right direction, but how far will it go? That concerns me. But all of us would appreciate the decisions that have been made so far.
And in public consultation with South Dunedin Futures, how much do you feel the engineering component and the immediate flood risk has been, well, how do you feel you've been engaged with at that level from South Dunedin Futures?
Firstly, I always appreciate the staff and the councillors and will never badmouth anybody. That's not the question, but I just want to say that. I feel that the South Dunedin Futures has been a huge amount of consultation, and in the end you sometimes wonder if consultation becomes the outcome rather than the intended plans to fix the thing. And I know that people will be doing studies at university and the geography department on this wonderful consultation that's occurred. I don't think South Dunedin people want to be asked once more, what do you like about living in South D? And what sort of people do you like living in the street with you, and how inclusive is your community? Do we need to consult on, as much as we have done, on fixing pipes and giving people dry land to live on? This is my issue.
Okay.
I don't know that engineering stuff needs to be consulted as often or as much as this has been. But even now, I don't know because I haven't seen the final report.
Okay. Councillor Vandervis.
I take your point about the ideological retreat from South Dunedin being very unfortunate, and then the climate paralysis. You've also said that detailed engineering, you wonder whether that's really gone into the 3 recent decisions, and that was a question I had as well. My question to you, though, given that background, is the pipes and pumps that can sort the stormwater system. Given the significantly increased spending that we've spent on Three Waters since the 2015 flood, how many more millions do you anticipate would be required to get the equity or the equality for South Dunedin residents that you think is morally and otherwise required?
Sorry, microphone. You just have to press the button to start again.
Yes, we're talking about interlocality and intergenerational equity, who pays for what. Firstly, I guess I'd say that I haven't done detailed engineering design, so when you're a volunteer working from outside of the organisation, you can only sort of present certain questions and issues that you want looked at. But a back of an envelope calculation would be, and I want to see reactions, say 300 million, if that went into assisting 3,000 households to stay there, that works out at 100,000 per house. Imagine if the 3,000 households have to shift to a new locality and to a serviced area where they'd have to buy sections at 200 grand each, that would be on sale, and another 500 for new social housing for each of those people. That would come to, I have never done the calculation, but it's 700,000 versus, if you like, 100,000. I just put that as a very rough way of thinking about it.
So to answer the question precisely then, you think that some investment in the order of $300 million would be required to sort the South Dunedin drainage issues?
I can't be quoted here or in the media as saying that. That's just a number I've seen in the past somewhere. Yep.
Okay, look, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Good. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, cheers. So moving on with our agenda, we have no apologies. And so the confirmation, I'll move that we have an apology for early departure from Councillor Gilbert. Yes. Oh, and Councillor Woolley's going to come in person? Yes. Oh, we have an apology. Okay, so we have an apology from Councillor Wiley, who will be appearing later on the Zoom. So, and have you received an apology? Oh, great. He won't be here at all? Right, so we have got an apology from Councillor Benson, but he won't be here at all. And so we have the 3 apologies, one for early departure, one for late arrival, and one for non-appearance. Okay, so I move that we accept those apologies. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of agenda. I move that we confirm the agenda with the following alterations. So, supplementary, there's quite a few. Is there a list? Can we put the list on the screen? Rather than me read them out. There's a range of, alterations to the agenda. We'll see it on the screen, but I'm sure you'll be able to keep track of it as we go. There we go. So, I move. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas, any comment? No. So I'll move that we confirm the agenda with those alterations. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 5, declarations of interest. Are there any changes? I see none. Therefore, I move that we note the elected members' interest register and confirm the management plan, etc. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of minutes. We have an ordinary council meeting conducted on the 11th of February 2025. Are there any comments or questions about the minutes? I see none. Therefore, I move that council confirms the public part of the minutes of that date as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. The council meeting prior to that was the 28th of January 2025. Are there any questions about the minutes? I see none. Therefore, I move that we confirm the public part of those minutes as a correct record. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Reports. Actions from resolutions of council meetings, item 7 on your agenda. Yes, there's Ms Graham will speak to the report and happy to take questions.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, I won't speak, but I am happy to take questions.
Straight to questions. Are there any questions? I see none. I'll give it another 3 seconds. No? No questions. Therefore, I move that council notes the open and completed actions from resolutions of council meetings, which is attached on your agenda. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Forward work programme for council. Item 8 on your agenda. Are there any questions of the Chief? Page 79 on your agenda. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Sorry, on the bottom of page 82, Unitary Authority, in terms of the progress to date, it says planning for the meeting is underway, which was to meet, I think, with other local authorities in the region. I was just wondering where we're at with that. They're just trying to organise diaries and find a date that suits. It'll be a broad invitation to all of the councillors from all of the local authorities. We're just trying to determine a venue and to align the Mayor's diary.
Very good. Are there any other questions? Okay, that being the case, I move that council notes the updated council forward work programme. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 9, the 9-year plan community consultation. Ms Morand has come to the desk to answer any questions, unless you have any opening comments.
No comments. Staff are on their way. Happy to take questions.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just have one question just around the commitment to working in partnership with Māori and the hui. I just wonder, I haven't seen in my diary meetings for Te Pai Māori, and I wondered if we were going to schedule some during that period.
Te Pai Māori hasn't been scheduled specifically for the 9-year plan, but we do intend to hold hui specifically for 9-year plan with both mana whenua and mātāwaka in a broader context.
Councillor Vandevers.
On the same issue, on page 89, we've got item 16, which quotes the Local Government Act 2002, saying, talking about priority communities, and there's quite a long list of them, but it particularly singles out those that have been unrepresented in past consultations as being Maori, Pacifica and youth. The underrepresented minorities or priority communities in 2002, when the Local Government Act was written 23 years ago, they may have been underrepresented then, but surely now with 2 Maori representatives with voting rights on council, do you think we still have a situation where Maori are unrepresented?
If I could just correct that, there are no Māori
appointments to council, just so we're clear. They're to committees, but not to full council.
Yes, they're to our two standing committees, our biggest spending ones, I think, infrastructure and community, and all councillors are on them. So I don't believe it's incorrect to represent them as council committees or all of it.
Councillor, it is incorrect to say that it is council. This is council, and there are no mana whenua representatives at this meeting.
I stand corrected then. Given that we have unelected Maori representatives on two of our main standing committees, which all councillors are part of, do you still think that Maori are underrepresented 23 years on in DCC?
So this isn't a question for staff to answer, I'm sorry, and it's not, and so staff won't be answering that question, councillor. It's
Yeah, and to be fair, it is asking for an opinion of staff. About
Actually, I'm asking for a confirmation of an opinion that is actually presented on item 16, where it says that under DCC's social wellbeing strategy, we have Maori who have been underrepresented. So it actually is stated here, and I was wanting to know if it was true 23 years ago, is it still true now?
I'll answer that. Yes, it is.
Next question is from Deputy Mayor Lucas, followed by Councillor O'Malley.
Sort of on a similar theme about reaching out to our underrepresented groups, and I see on the schedule on page 99 where we're reaching out to our Maori community and to the youth through the youth forum, but I don't see any specific note of Pacifica communities, and I'm just wondering, have we got that in their planning and their thinking? Because I know it takes a while to get those meetings scheduled.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that question. So we have listed out some of the communities as stated in the social wellbeing strategy, and then listed some of the meetings that may be scheduled in line with that, but also in line with data that we received through the 2021 consultation and feedback from those particular communities about wanting those opportunities. So long answer, but short answer is yes, we have taken that into consideration.
Very good. Councillor O'Malley?
I've decided not to ask it in the end.
Okay. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gary?
Yes, I just wondered around the page 90, the hui with priority communities migrant. So can you just tell us a little more detail about how you will approach that to engage with the migrant communities, and particularly aware of things that are happening in the background that don't mean that they aren't particularly engaged necessarily with our processes?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I can't answer in specific detail, but I will lean on my colleagues who hold those relationships with those communities to help us with the planning for those.
Oh, thank you. But
Okay. Are there any further questions? Okay. Thank you. Having said that, I move that Council approves the proposed plan for community consultation on the draft 9-year plan, including the measures for success. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. Does anyone have any comment to make? Okay, therefore I'll put the vote. You want to vote? You want to make a comment? Yes. Councillor Walker, make a comment. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to just thank staff for putting this together. As many of us who have been around the table for a long time will understand that consultation is not an exact science. It's a process under which we can try our very best to try and encourage people to engage and to try to reach communities that traditionally don't engage, and that's for a number of reasons. It may be capacity, it may be resource, it may be lack of interest in what we do, whether or not we think we're way more important than we think we are. So I applaud the efforts. As I say, it's not easy, and I think we need to be aware when we do the breakdown ultimately that some communities have many other things going on in their lives that are far, far more important than what we do around this table. So I do applaud the efforts to try and reach them, and I think we have an obligation to do that. And I, along with probably most people around this table, will get in behind any methodologies we are using to try and get as many people engaging as possible. Thank you.
Good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're building on a good plan that's been delivered over many years, and I think we've learned a lot of lessons about what works and what doesn't, and this seems really positive. The intended outcome is that the whole community has had the chance to engage in the 9-year plan consultation process, and I think there's a really good outline for here. I think it's especially important that councillors are involved. It's important for us to get out and hear from the grassroots what's going on. And it would also be nice to improve our score and the quality of life. We were first equal for people believing that public has at least some influence on council decision making at, I think it was 39%. So it's really important for us to have the confidence of our community, and the consultation is part of this. So hopefully everyone will get out there, and I look forward to hearing from our community.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've used the phrase relationships often before, and never has it been more important, and I applaud the relationships our staff have with various sectors of the community. I note in a contextual point, I was very shocked at the recent citizenship ceremony to note that the electoral role position has been disestablished, and while that's at a government voting and elections area, it's also a signal about engaging with processes. And so in this environment where that's happened, where people are trying to survive in a cost of living crisis and all that's going on with people losing jobs, and just the context we find ourselves in generally as a country, this is probably the least of their concerns, to be perfectly honest with you. So it is going to rely on our relationships. And it also is going to rely on us as elected members to lean into this and support our staff. So we can have the best plan in the world that the staff have come up with, but unless we as elected members lean into this process and make a commitment, and I thank the staff for noting the estimated time of commitment, it sets a particular standard, and that's helpful, I think. I thank them for their mahi. It couldn't be more important, and it couldn't be more important to mana whenua, mātāwaka, youth, the disability community and the migrant community, and just remind you of the context for the disability community where funding and consultation is underway and funding is in jeopardy. There are a lot of these groups that are in crisis right now, so let's not forget that.
Councillor Vanders.
Our Chief Executive has offered the opinion that Maori are still underrepresented 23 years after the Local Government Act 2002. My opinion, and this is based on having been around this table for almost 20 years now, is that since the Local Government Act 2002, there have been very significant increases in the representation for Maori here. We have had 2 major Maori MOU updates. We have Te Pai Maori Huis. We have significant funding for our kaha. We have Titaki Haruru. And in this consultation document here, if you look at the number of proposed councillor hours that we spend consulting, more than 20% is to consult with Maori as a priority. Given that there are, I think, 10 listed areas of priority for minorities in this document, or going back to, again, the Local Government Act 2002, I can't agree that Maori are still unrepresented. As I said before, 2 major committees have Maori representatives on them. I wonder, in fact, how much more representation we could reasonably do.
I'm going to take a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm taking a point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think this particular direction of travel is disrespectful to mana whenua in Mātāwaka. And I understand it's an opinion being expressed, but I think it's deeply disrespectful in terms of our partnership.
Well, I think you're just simply voicing an opinion. I'm not going to uphold that point of order. Carry on, Councillor.
I basically said my piece anyway, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to the consultation phase of the 9-year plan. It's my opinion Council cannot continue running this city on an after-pay philosophy with a buy now, pay later mentality. I'm looking forward to public consultation on what should be included in the new plan. Hopefully, all aspirational inclusions will come with suggestions of what should be left out. Being an election year, there will be a huge temptation to splash the cash amongst councillors. I am aghast at some of the projects councillors have included in the 9-year plan draft and what has been left out. I'm hoping the public agree and air their views through the consultation process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah. Well, while this may be an election year, I hope that we are not looking at the election when we're making decisions for the city, because those are two very different things. And I actually take this commentary to say it's really inappropriate that people not around this committee but others are already making their commentary about running for the elections, when in fact we have a huge amount of work to do between now and the elections. We need to keep focused on that. I do have to comment on the underrepresentation comment, and I maybe would say it probably didn't reach a threshold of a point of order, but it does need to be addressed. Firstly, communities. It's a community is underrepresented, not a couple of people missing. So we're talking not about whether or not you have representation at council meetings and different other such things, or whether the council has specific governance to governors interactions. Yes, they have definitely improved. But when it comes to consultation, we're talking about consultation to the whole community. And therefore, I think it's still quite relevant to say that often as not, those communities are underrepresented in consultation, which is actually what's in the document. So I see no issue with the statements in that document, and I see no issues with it, even if 20% of the items are particularly put aside for that, considering Māori make up 15% of the population. It's probably actually quite proportional, to be honest. So, you know, I don't have any issues.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I, like some of my colleagues, this is the first opportunity that we've had to go out to consultation on the long-term plan, and I've had quite a lot of frustration of sitting around this table now for more than 2 years and not really being able to influence anything to do with the direction of the city and where our money is going in terms of major projects in the direction of the city. So I welcome this opportunity, and I look forward to hearing from our community, and I'm aware there is a lot of consultation and there's a lot of sectors of our community are experiencing consultation overload, but I do think that this is one of the key documents that I'm really looking forward to hearing from our community, and I, like Councillor Weatherall, have some concern about some of the things that are included and excluded, and having wrestled with lots of decisions, I think this is an opportunity to actually hear what the community want, and it's on us as councillors to actually engage with the community and ensure that people do submit, and I, for one, I will always read every submission, and I think people need to take heart that actually we listen and we read, and it's absolutely worth engaging. So thank you.
Okay, so in replying, I've got a few comments to make. We're coloured speakers, yes. So firstly, I'd like to agree with Deputy Mayor Lucas. This is a very important document. This is very important about the direction of the city for the next 9 years. And it is a document that councillors have had a big hand in producing. Not all of it unanimously. And so there are still a range of contentious issues. One of the things that this council has demonstrated to the community, and the community have seen and felt, is that we have an inclination and an enthusiasm to consult with the community and listen to what is said. So the smaller consultations that we've had leading up till this point, people have seen that the views of the community have been taken on board and decisions made as a result. And my expectation over the month of the consultation for this very important document is that that will be the same. But similarly, I think it's very important that the community comes out and joins with us in discussing the document and discussing where they see the future of Dunedin and discussing the elements of the document that we have. And certainly, I agree with Councillor Barker that we have risen in the stakes of people's appreciation of the way we listen to the community. People do feel that their views are being heard. But of course, there's still less than 50%, so there's scope for improvement, as was pointed out. But that has been a significant change. Now, I think in terms of this, the plan going forward, we started the discussions for the draft plan at rates rises less than 10%, so single digit rates rises, and a flattening off of the debt curve, so that instead of being a curve, it at least got to a flat line position. And I believe that is possible. So it depends whether the community comes out and advocates for that or not. And it would be very easily to make some relatively minor adjustments to the financial plan to achieve that position of rates rises, all rates rises less than 10%, and a complete flattening of the debt curve, which has seen a lot of publicity in recent years, but that the nature of the shape of that debt curve for council could change dramatically with this long-term plan. And also, in response to the speaker we've had at Public Forum, council has made a distinct and practical plan to deal with engineering issues in South Dunedin. So that is included in the draft long-term plan, and $30 million. It's not 300 because that's out of the question within the next 9 years, but $30 million is a significant chunk of funding going into pipes and pumps for South Dunedin. And of course, the South Dunedin Future Program will be continuing on after that, and there's a range of strategies and projects and things that will form part of that. So I think it's very important that the public express what they think of that, and my expectation is that they'll be very supportive of those engineering improvements to the area of South Dunedin. Now, I disagree with Councillor Gary, because she says that the cost of living crisis and this annual means that people, this will be the least of the residents of Dunedin's concern, this long-term plan. And I don't agree at all, because I think the rates rises and the cost of living in the city will be of great concern to people, especially those on fixed incomes. So my expectation and hope is that they come out and engage with us to exhort us to get those rates rises back down under 10% and the debt curve flattened out. So one of the things about the issue of minorities and lesser represented peoples in the community coming and presenting to us, I think it's in the power of attraction. So in other words, what I mean by that is that because we are we're trying to be more engaged with the community, we're trying to create more opportunities for the community to come and talk with us. We have demonstrated that we are prepared to listen and make changes as a result. I believe that will attract more people to come and engage with us. So in particular, some of those minority members of the community that may feel that they weren't going to be listened to anyway, they have the ability to see evidence, if they choose to look for it, that demonstrates that we do and are listening to the community. And so as a result, they will come and interact with us during the period of consultation. Having said that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour that we approve this proposed plan for community consultation, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 10, the financial report for the period ending 31 December 2024. We have Ms Allen and Mr McAuliffe coming to the desk. Are there any comments, or we should go quite straight to questions?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We're happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Councillor Barker.
Just a couple to start off with. I was just looking on page 121, and it just talked about some of the occupancy costs around, mainly due to the cost of gas and electricity and our costs being unfavourable. And I saw a full page ad from Aurora saying that costs were going to go up. Have we budgeted for those costs in this financial year of the electricity? I think it was, I saw somewhere that maybe it was going to go up 10% or something like that. Or we continue to see unfavourable numbers due to cost of electricity.
We did budget for an increase to the extent of 10%. We didn't. We will be expecting to have unfavourable energy costs as the costs are increasing.
My next question just around, I was looking with, I guess, concern, I don't know whether you can answer this one, about the unfavourable revenue in building services, and I think it was resource consents as well. Is that just a timing thing, or are the building consents and resource consents falling in the city?
I can answer that one, Councillor, thank you. It is just a volume question at this stage. The volume of consents has fallen, yes.
I guess my question was just around timing. Was it about that time of the year, or is it actually showing something happening in the city?
I think when we bring the latest data to the Customer and Regulatory Committee, it'll show the number of consents for both building and resource consents are down in volume based on historic trends.
Councillor Vandervis.
On page 101, item 9, personnel costs unfavourable again by $500,000. I understand union negotiated contract increases would have impacted that, but wonder that given that we've had a number of vacancies which we're continuing to maintain, and wondering also because of all the extra Three Waters staff that we got last year, why it is that we are having significant overtime payments for Three Waters staff. Is there any particular reason for the overtime payments?
A lot of that will be related to, firstly, thanks for the question, Councillor. A lot of that will be related to the weather-related events, attending to those civil defence issues, and just an increase in the capital works programme that will require many more shutdowns of our facilities as we work through the programme.
So given apart from the weather events, are we anticipating that there's going to be an ongoing requirement for overtime with the capital projects?
Intermittently, but not excessively.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. On page 108, which is the cash flow statement, the rates received is $15 million less than budget. And I know in the actual P&L it's on budget. So I'm just concerned in terms of our cash flow. And I know that there's been lots of issues with people paying their rates. Is that a reflection on what's happening out there, or...?
The main reason for the difference is due to the difference in categorisation of GST. So the budget cash flow is based on an inclusive basis, whereas the actuals is actually on an exclusive basis. There's the difference between it. We're working within our systems to tie things together.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm going to go to a completely different area, and I see Mr. Ellis here, and he may be able to help me. So on page 119, we talk about aquatic revenue, and I talked about this with the last month's statement. Is the revenue's down 435,000, which is a lot to be down. is that from numbers through the door, and is that trend continue? Because obviously we've had the school holiday, so I'm hopeful that that trend hasn't continued. So maybe you can help me with that. And then I've got another question. So after that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As far as attendance through the door goes, we're actually tracking slightly up from last year. Te Puna's, for the same 6-month period, Te Puna's actually 5,000 more visits than it was last year, and Moana's slightly up as well. The swim school is... So the budget for the swim school's been just divided by 12 rather than phased per terms, so that's part of it, but we are tracking to hit about $1 million revenue against a budget of 1.2. So we have seen, comparing the numbers of people through the swim school, not for the schools program, that's remained steady, but we've seen a drop off in the out of schools swimming lessons program. Could be due to the cost of living. It's one of those things that tends to drop off that way. So as a way to try and combat that, we've started offering five block lessons, so half terms rather than the full term. And at half the cost of a full term to try and encourage people to at least get some swimming in.
That's interesting because, I mean, I thought swimming lessons were still part of the school curriculum, but that's interesting. But that's great. My other question is in relation to the hockey turf on page 125 where you say it's underspent 304,000. Is that completed? Because I know it's only just now been completed, or is that just at that point it was underspent, or do you expect it to be underspent?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We expect it to come in on budget. It was just a timing from when the invoices come in. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
On page 101 again, paragraph 13, I'm absolutely delighted to see that the Waipori Fund has come in at over $5 million more than budget, and was wondering, this $5 million windfall, is that going to be applied to reducing debt? Is it going to be used to try and balance the budget? Where will that extra unbudgeted $5 million go to?
Should be making up the growth. Should be making up the growth.
Thank you, Councillor. So the December report on the Waipori Fund will come to the next Finance Committee, and it's looking on track to be paying the distribution to the council this year. So we budget to take a distribution. So that's looking likely because the inflation proofing is intact.
So when you say the $5 million is going to come to council, where will it go? Will it be used to reduce debt, or will it be spent on something?
It won't be the $5 million that come to council, so the $5 million will stay in the fund, but what we've budgeted for is a distribution, so that's $3 million. 3.3 million is our annual distribution that we use to, it's incorporated into our budgets as a revenue.
So it'll be 3 of the 5 million. So what does the 3 million then go towards that was unbudgeted?
So that's built into our budgets each year, and that is one of our ways of keeping rates down, so it offsets rates.
So does that mean the rates can be reduced a bit, or has it already been factored in?
Yes, it was factored in.
Councillor O'Malley.
It's the very top line of the table at page 110, City Development, New Capital, Street Trees and Furniture, and nothing has been spent. So do we have any indication of why nothing has been spent in that area?
1 month. It's only 1 month.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's just more a programming issue as we stand up the programme. We'll look to address that throughout the remainder of the financial year.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a brief question in response to Councillor Vandervis' questions. I looked at number 13 and smiled, and I wish Richard was here just after what's happened during the last week, actually. For those of us who invest in the stock market, it's been a brutal last 7 days. So is that just a reminder again for the councillors around the table that Waipori is a long-term investment that is subject, as we've experienced in the last week, to extreme ups and some extreme downs. So just we should caution against reading on paper value. Yes or no is easy. It's a long-term investment.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes.
Very good. Are there any further questions, Deputy Mayor Lucas?
Thank you. Probably a question for Mr McLean. Page 114, the Dunedin Urban Cycleways, which is the Tunnels Trail. I'm just wondering, it's going to be my constant question, where we're at with the progress on that, because I'm really keen that we get that budget spent this financial year.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So we're going to market. We met with the trust on Monday to discuss where we're at and our forward plans. And there's a bunch of work we'll be doing, sort of behind the scenes, ongoing work. So but we're set to go.
All right. Any further questions? I see none. Thank you. So the paper has been, or the motion has been moved by the Chair of Finance, Councillor Vandervis, and seconded by Deputy Chair and Deputy Mayor. Would you like to speak to it, sir?
Very happy to see Waipori doing well, but as Councillor Walker has mentioned, it's potentially volatile. But we do have, over time, had good returns on a very conservative investment. Reading through it and seeing the little extra unbudgeted $5 million there made me wonder if we'd sold Aurora, whether we might have had an even bigger windfall resulting, but that hasn't been to be so far. I'm very pleased to see on page 105 an updated debt graph that very clearly shows the historic debt situation for both DCC and DCHL and the projections for the next couple of years. I'm disappointed that this same contextual graph couldn't be included in our consultation document, because I think that we tend to focus a lot on rates, but actually our real issue is debt, because debt drives rates to quite a degree, and debt is also the four-letter word, if you like, that essentially limits what we may be able to do in the future. So, just very pleased with the very clear graphs that we have on page 104 and 105. All the financial information that people, I think, could hope for is clearly laid out now, and I just recommend that people read it and obviously vote for it.
Okay, so I'll put the motion that Council notes the financial performance report. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Oh, carried. Because I didn't see anyone put their hand up wanting to speak. Anyway. So, moving along to item 11, the order of candidates' names for the voting document for election 25. So this will be very important. So we had a mover and seconded. Are there any questions?
To answer Councillor Ackland's question, when I was first a councillor and we had alphabetical, more than half of the councillors' names began with A, B or C.
And the rest were W, X and B.
Interesting. All right. Look, it appears we don't have any questions other than to each other. It appears we have a mover and a seconder. And I don't know if the mover wants to speak. Nobody wants to speak. Therefore, anybody? No. Therefore, I'll put the motion that council. Oh, a W wants to speak. A W.
The 2010 election, when it was alphabetical being the last name on the list, I know it was a great disadvantage, so I'm more than happy to see this process take place as it has in the last few elections. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, with that, you want to speak? Yes? Councillor Vandervis.
I just wanted to use this opportunity to bring up what I have always worried about in terms of an electoral issue. And that is that because of the way the election is reported, in especially the ODT, there is a very, very strong requirement, really, for potential councillors to run for the mayoralty, because by running for the mayoralty, they get far more publicity than they would if they didn't. What used to happen, yeah, absolutely. What used to happen 20-something years ago is that the ODT would take the likely winning candidates for the mayoralty and give them a higher profile and not give everybody that ran for mayor the same profile. And I'm wondering if there is any way around an issue whereby if an aspiring or someone wanting to run for council doesn't run for mayor, can they possibly even get elected? And I wonder, it may happen on rare occasions, but I wonder really if there is any way that that issue could be resolved other than pleading with the ODT to perhaps have a more nuanced coverage of likely mayoral candidates.
Okay, well, that was just a speech rather than a question. There's no one to answer the question. Are there anyone else want to make a statement? Yes, and Councillor Walker.
Very briefly, I just want to agree fully with my fellow W's and V's.
Very good. Right of reply. Oh, no, sorry, I had a comment to make. My comment is very simply, thank goodness with modern technology we can randomise the order of names.
Well, I'm a
Councillor
G,
Gary.
so I'm right in the middle. But I just want to say I don't think what Councillor Vandervis mentioned was really relevant to this motion, and this discussion might be a concern of his, but it's not relevant to this.
Okay, so having heard the range of points of view around the table, we'll put the motion that Council approves the continued use of random order for voting papers. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Councillor Eklund. Sorry. No, carried. Carried. Item 12, Sustainability Update Report. We have Ms Morand, Ms Weasley-Smith and Dr Talama. Are there any opening comments? So we have questions. Are there any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yes, I've got a question, and it might be for the Chief. On page 137, when it talks about disadvantages on option 2, it says missing the opportunity in terms of the 9-year plan and community consultation. I didn't know that the sustainability framework was in the consultation document, because I know that's effectively, we've already approved that. I'm just confused.
Too, so I might get the staff to explain why they listed that as a potential disadvantage.
It's really a general comment because sustainability is included in the strategic framework. So there is a section on the refresh included within the 9-year plan document.
I'd say I think audit have asked that some of that stuff be not included in the consultation document as well. So we're navigating our way through that at the minute.
Councillor Barker.
Just, I guess, going back to the same page, kia ora koroa. Sorry, not koroa, koto. Just about missing the opportunity to incorporate Te Take Haruru into the sustainability framework for the DCC and meet the challenge of cultural heritage preservation. And I've read all 169 targets there, and I just noticed there was one that was missing. 11.4, strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. I know it's really hard when you've got 169 to distill them all down, and I had 16 that I kind of wanted to tease out. When I'd looked at them, I'd thought about the ORC's influence and the DCC's influence. So I just wonder if we were to have a workshop, would it be able to, I see it's got second externally facilitated workshop, would our staff be able to answer some of those questions, given that you've gone through and analysed? Would that be an easier way of having a workshop?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and just bear with me as I, in my head, work my way through this. I think, without giving a definitive answer, I do think that the staff internally have the capability to be able to do the alignment with Te Taki Hararu, if that's a short answer to your question.
I guess, and my next question was about the workshop. It's because there's a number there that I would like to, I guess, just discuss and tease out. And I think you've done an amazing analysis. Like, this is a great analysis, and I really appreciate it. There was just a few that when I looked through, I was thinking about. So I wondered if we were, what's the best way forward to just wiggle our way through.
Thank you, Councillor. One of the challenges of this sustainability framework based on the UNSDG is that it's massive. It is intended for 193 states and countries across the globe. It requires a political will to implement it and implement it right. Requires a lot of effort to focus it and narrow it down, and also narrow it down for local government purpose. So we don't claim that we've got it 100% right in the first take. So that's why we look forward for a second workshop to tease some of those ideas, and we would like to have that and the feedback. The staff also have been quite systemic in looking into the history of the tool, how it's been used across Aotearoa, New Zealand, and other parts of the world. So if we are given that opportunity, we have the capability and skills to work through.
That's great, thank you. I guess this is a question for the CEO about going out to the consultation. I'm just trying to marry up the timeframes because I think we've got a workshop scheduled for next week, and just trying to marry up the timeframes about going out to consultation. Does that work if we would have a workshop and then go out to consultation? Time-wise.
And I know we have the Strat Refresh report next on the agenda, but just to include that in the mix as well. And I don't know that we can land on a framework that can go out to consultation alongside of the 9-year plan, but I think we can get to a point where we have a general direction, and that's what we would be talking about with the community of, are we on the right path? And just with the workshop next week, I think, I can't remember from the report and the details of the timeline for next steps, I think it was coming back in March. So we've got time if we're able to complete that kind of teasing out of the concepts a bit more at the workshop next week.
I'm just asking because we have some options. Option 1, progress. Option 2, have the workshop. But and what I'm hearing is that a workshop would actually be quite useful to get to the next step. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Into a workshop, yeah.
Councillor Vandervis.
Reading background on page 134, in particular, the 4 SDGs that Council has identified as having the greatest potential for DCC influence and impact were the 6, number 11, number 13 and number 9. It reads to me as though this workshop actually produced a decision essentially to go with those, and this is reinforced on page 135 under C, where it requests a report by the end of 2025 on the outcome of the workshop. Now, my concern is that we shouldn't be making any kind of decisions in workshops. They are basically to inform councillors, not for councillors to be putting forward priorities, views or outcomes. Given that these outcomes haven't been voted on and they haven't really been rigorously identified, why is it that we are now going forward with next steps based on what appear to be decisions improperly made in workshop?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. I am going to answer in two parts. I think that the wording of the motion that is included in this point 9 on page 135 is not talking about a future workshop. That is talking to the motion that was made in December, which was requesting a facilitated workshop. So that particular line is requesting a report by the end of February 2025 on the outcome of a workshop that was to be scheduled and to be externally facilitated. So no decisions have been made. In this report, we have talked about there was a conflict of schedules between the external facilitator and council diaries, and we weren't able to hold that externally facilitated workshop. So no decisions have been made. And I feel a little bit like I'm rambling, so I hope you're all staying with me. And then in the point 6 that you raised around those 4 SDGs that councillors had identified, they were identified in the initial externally facilitated workshop, which the date escapes me, that was held last year.
I can just follow on from that, Councillor. So you're quite correct about decisions and workshops, but none were taken. Council made a decision formally to adopt the SDGs at its December meeting, which was following that workshop. So on December the 10th, it made a decision to adopt the SDGs as the framework.
Is that to adopt these ones that were highlighted in the workshop, or to adopt all of them?
To adopt all of them, and to the point staff are making, that background was what led council to get to a point where they recognised they needed to adopt a framework, so they adopted the SDGs following that initial workshop, and the subsequent workshop hasn't yet been able to be scheduled.
And it was a far from full complement of councillors there, so it was just a show of hands. Which ones do you think are most applicable to council? That was it.
Yeah, okay, I get all that, and I get also that staff are quite often looking for a direction in which they're going to, point their focus. But I am concerned that workshops do sometimes, and I think this may be one of those times, stray into decision-making areas where, councillor comfort with certain areas or councillor comfort with certain ideas is traversed, and then just takes on a life of its own.
And I can't let that comment, I'm sorry, Councillor, go unchecked, because that's not the case. Councillors had a workshop at their request. Following that workshop, there was a formal report to council to adopt a framework.
Yep, and I mean, from my observation, the big decision of the day, but made by councillors, was to which colour to paint their beads, and lo and behold, every councillor had a different selection of colours. Anyway, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And following up, I mean, my views on this are well canvassed, so well done for staff for doing this. My question is around SDGs generally, and I found this, reading this paper, very complicated actually for a system that was meant to be easier. And so I've eaten humble pie and gone out and researched much more around SDGs. And from my research, and are you aware of this, that the UN itself is really actively considering moving away from SDGs, that's what I'm picking up, to move into a more adaptive framework, ironically, the very thing we had. So I'm just wondering if you're aware of the moves in the UN, that it's viewing itself that the SDGs are from another time, well before AI and global impacts, blah, blah, blah. So,
yeah. Correct, because last time we've checked the literature globally, even we haven't reached 50% of those targets globally, so there is an update coming. And the other element that will add in depth, which we've included in the previous report for Council in December, was to add a layer of regenerative sustainability to it, which is now being considered more and more across the globe. The reason for that is that, as I said, this is a highly political document. It wasn't until 2002 when the UN Sustainable Development Summit in Johannesburg gave an implementation plan and a political will behind it, and indicated that any decisions made need to have a positive impact on the environment. So moving forward, we haven't been globally reaching those goals, and another option would be to look into a regenerative approach to give it some in-depth that would be, appropriate for our context as well.
Good. Councillor Barker.
I'm just looking at the options, option 1 and option 2. Do we actually need to move a recommendation that we have an internal workshop, or is that more than we need to do? I'm just thinking about which option to move.
You don't need to recommend a workshop. Oh, sorry.
In that case, will we just note the report, or I'm just trying to find a way forward?
B, decide next steps. What is meant by that? Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just looking at the options, which was 1, progress the development of the SDG framework based on the current analysis and alignment, and then option 2 was have a workshop, and I think we've had feedback from the staff that we could have an internal workshop. So I'm just asking, do we need to move to have an internal workshop, or do we just take option 1 or note the report?
Let me just check with staff. I would read option 1 as enabling an internal workshop. So you may want to then move option 1 just for clarity.
Okay, I will foreshadow that once the questions are finished, that I'd like to move option 1.
Okay, thank you. Questions finished, unless anyone's got one? No. Thank you. Thank you very much. So do you want to draft that? We'll decide on option 1 as next step.
Option 1, progress the development of the SDG-based sustainability framework for the DCC based on the current analysis and alignment. And I feel comfortable that if we're having an internal workshop, we can just work our way through. There are a number, and I note that somewhere in the report it talks about the lack of cultural STEM, I guess, for this, and there was one that was missing. I think I read it out, 11.4, strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. There was also one that I saw that was related to South Dunedin, so someone's come in and talked to us earlier in the public forum about that, so it's relating it back to that, and then also just to discuss who's responsible for things, because ORC have a lot of responsibilities around some of those, delivering some of those things. It was holistic disaster risk management that I thought was possibly missing there. So I think there's just that opportunity to discuss them from the councillor point of view and fill them out. And I just really want to thank the staff. It's an amazing analysis, and I read it all, and thank you very much for it.
Rightio. Speakers. Oh. Yeah, well, that was just discussing the thing. So, are you going to have speech? Yes. Okay. So, the second of the motion. Goodness. Okay. And any other speakers? So, Councillor Mayhem, then Councillor Walker.
I'll be supporting option 1, and I agree with Councillor Barker's statements. I also agree with the staff around a regenerative approach. I'm hoping that the workshop will help to align our goals and targets, and this is applying a global and holistic lens to the work that we do here at the City Council. So I support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. As I made clear probably in my questions, I'm not going to support, I haven't supported the SDGs before, and I'll be consistent in that, and it's for a number of reasons. Although I do want to thank the staff for the gargantuan task of trying to, move the ship we had and turn it and then incorporate something new. And for me, as I said, when I read these papers, I mean, I'm all over this subject, but I found it really complicated. And I had to keep rereading stuff, and I just couldn't get my head around what we were doing, where we were going. And as I said in one of my questions, it's really important to remember that the UN itself, I mean, these were instigated in 2015. That's a long time in the modern world, nearly 10 years in which we've seen gargantuan geopolitical changes. So the UN itself has realised that it needs to reassess where it's going, to either to revise, extend, or more probably likely replace SDGs. And they're considered out of date for a number of reasons. Firstly, as I mentioned, and one we've experienced recently, unforeseen global events, so COVID-19 pandemic set back massively progress in health education and poverty eradication, one of the underlying goals of SDGs generally. Geopolitical conflicts, of course, wars, those tragic ones that are ongoing in Gaza, Palestine, Ukraine, and not mentioned, of course, Sudan and Democratic Republic of Congo, the things that don't make the news. And of course, climate crisis escalation. Also, SDGs, the UN itself has pointed out there's a lack of measurable progress, particularly on poverty. That's Goal 1, Hunger Goal 2. Inequality, something we're all passionate about, Goal 10. They're all off track due to economic downturns and widening gaps that are going to get wider between rich and poor across the planet. And some goals, of course, were way too ambitious or lack clear or enforceable mechanisms. Another reason they're reconsidering is because of technological and economic shifts. I mentioned one of them, AI, which is moving very quickly to dominate anything and everything we're going to be doing in the world as we move forward. Things like blockchain, automation weren't around in 2015 and have now superseded fantastically quickly the SDGs as they now sit, looking like old, tired, worn out, dusty beasts that they are. Also evolving sustainability challenges like biodiversity loss and planetary boundaries are being exceeded way, way faster than they were ever predicted back in 2015. And green energy transition, of course, is advancing. But fossil fuel dependency, whether we like it or not, remains high. And of course, the important one for me is the UN's reconsidering it because of the need for more inclusive and adaptive frameworks. Things like social justices such as gender, identity, digital rights, all these things we wouldn't have heard back in 2015, even 2020. Global health equity have gained more prominence. So there's calls for decolonization and fairer development. And ironically for me, all of those things I've mentioned they were the sort of things that City Portrait itself, the thing that we already were working on, that we all found very complicated, that was designed to be adaptive, to respond to the very things that the SDGs couldn't do. City Portrait didn't just fall out of the sky because it was another ideology. It was there because it was deemed that the SDGs, developed in good faith to do good things, were out of date. So that's where I sit. I was happy with what we had. Yeah, it was difficult, but I find this difficult. It is difficult, but I can't support this, and I can't support the pressure it's putting us to have to readapt something that I think is way, way out of date. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think, in my opinion, it's a waste of time and money, and I don't support it. I do support a circular economy, but I think there's a lot of hot air.
Councillor O'Malley.
I support a circular economy too, but let's talk about SDGs. I think the fact that it's out of date in 10 years, according to the UN, we're going to run into the same issue with City Portrait. These are mechanisms of description of our challenges and our intent to move forward, but we have lots of other things that we use, like the 10-year plan, which is when we discuss our 4 well-beings there. It's a tool. I think it's overspoken as a tool, to be honest, because I really do believe that it doesn't really, I bet you at the end of this, it will hardly direct us at all. no matter what method we used, because we have methods that are addressing climate change. We are addressing carbon dioxide production through our standard behaviours. And I think we just need to have the concept, we have our own strategies, sort of, which are also should be directive of where we go. I've never really seen the need for an external metricising system that we spend a lot of time filling out and then declare it doesn't really match us anyway. And it really wouldn't matter what the model was.
Councillor Vandervis.
I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Walker and Councillor O'Malley, actually. Councillor Walker has highlighted the fact that this is a gargantuan task. He asks, what are we doing? Where are we going? And I don't believe there's any good answers to either of them. The Sustainable Development Goals, out of date, I think that they have been for some time, personally. Councillor O'Malley quite rightly points out that we have the same issue with the city portrait. So I agree with all of that. But I think there's an overriding consideration, and the main reason that in fact I won't be voting for it, and that is that these gargantuan issues, these planet-saving directives, are not local government business. I'm concerned that around this council in particular, we have often seen some of these planet-saving directives as opportunities to ignore our own local issues that we really do have an opportunity to do something about. We don't have an opportunity to do anything about planetary boundaries, fossil fuel dependency, all of these other major and very exciting issues that place us at the forefront of being a leading city in the world. We have our local government obligations. We have a lot of ratepayers' money that we need to spend more wisely. We have a real sustainability goal that should be getting our unsustainable debt back down, and the 9-year plan isn't going to do that. I think that for us to be spending our time, our money, and our staff resources on producing these kind of documents, and last week there was I think it was a 105-page document, and the month before that there was a 300-page document. None of this planet saving is of real value for Dunedin people. It's not our business to be in any way. I won't be voting for any of the options in item 12.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. First of all, I'd just like to record my thanks to the staff, the officers, for doing again as we've requested, and like Councillor Walker, I won't be supporting this. I voted against it, and for me it isn't just another plan. The difference to me, as I've said, is that the city portrait is unique. The proposed one that we were working on is unique in that it involved Indigenous contributions from tangata whenua. And as I've said, in terms of the resources, ancestrally they belong to mana whenua, and that's the difference. The SDGs, as far as I'm concerned, do not take into account, as they need to, the input of Indigenous, the First Nations peoples of the lands on which we have established our settler societies.
Okay. So I think that's covered. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll be brief. I want to acknowledge staff mahi. It must be very disheartening to sit there and listen to some of us voting against this after all of the mahi, but I do reflect, so the work is appreciated, greatly appreciated. I voted against the SDGs. I'll be voting against this motion, and I do reflect that City Portrait was a bespoke model for our city, but I also reflect of how far we would have got with it, and the staff would have progressed this had we not changed direction. And I am getting continually frustrated by these layers. I think we just need to get on with things. There comes a point when you're far enough through a piece of work that you need to let it progress and be concluded. So staff, please know that your work is valued and appreciated, but I can't vote for this.
Okay, so just before going to Councillor Barker for the right of reply, I mean, this is just, I suppose, a controversial topic, and it was pushed through by a clear majority, voted for by a clear majority last time, and we'll see how that majority holds right now in a minute. But, you know, the thing is, we need to get on with the job. So we have voted to work on STGs, so we just need to get on with that job of dealing with it and working through it. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I think you summarised it well. We did have a vote back in December to adopt the SDGs, and this is continuing on from that work. I do appreciate that we should be looking at a regenerative approach, and will be interesting in a workshop if this passes to work on that as well. Definitely, I take on board what Councillor Walker's saying. He's ahead of me in the reading. I thought I was on top of all of this, but the world changes. The world changes minute by minute. And what we were told by Harris and Grierson is that we needed to get a sustainability framework, and this is the work that we're doing. Most of the councillors around the table didn't, I guess, like the city portrait work and found it challenging, and we talked all about that back in December. So I don't want to relitigate that. There's obviously a little bit of confusion between what a circular economy means and what a sustainability framework means, but perhaps we can talk through that in the workshop. I just going through there, I think that I mentioned during questions that there were some items that I thought would be useful to go into it, so I think that's why it's useful to have a discussion, and a workshop will be in public so that we can work our way through this. You know, I certainly take on board what Councillor Gary said about that we just need to get on with things, and the majority of the council did decide to adopt the SDGs, and I really hope that people support this motion so that we can get on with the work, so we can go out to our communities and move forward on this.
Radio, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
No.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
No.
Councillor Lafiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
No.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 9-5.
Thank you. Moving on. Can we do that?
Yes.
Page 13. I mean, no, item 13 on page 12. Almost alignment. This is the Strategic Refresh Advisory Panel Update Report, page 152 in your agendas. We ready for questions, or do you have a comment for us?
Just a quick comment. I think I had noted speakers being on 24th of April, but I don't think there is a spec meeting on that date. So we may just need to provide an update at another committee or a council meeting. We need to, in the timeline, we do need to come back in March and then again in April, but it might need to be at a council rather than spec.
Also just noting paragraph 1 has been updated to say council rather than spec.
Okay, great. So, questions, councillors? Any questions? Councillor Vandervis.
Why is it that we're looking to carry on with the, what have we got here? Sorry, I've lost my place. The 4 well-beings, when we've had a directive from the Minister of Local Government to abandon the 4 well-beings and get back to basics?
Staff are working to progress according to the current LGA, which has not yet changed.
So because it's not yet changed, even though the Minister has indicated that it is changing, you're still going to push ahead?
It's the direction of council at the minute, and currently we have to operate within the law as it is, because depending on what happens through the select committee process, we don't know what the purpose of local government will end up being.
Okay. Questions?
Well, my final question really is, given the circumstances, why don't we just drag the chain on this?
I can't answer that.
Okay, so no further questions. And Deputy Lucas has indicated a willingness to move, seconded by Councillor Gilbert. Would you like to speak to it? No. Would anyone like to speak to it? No. Oh, Councillor Helahan. Want to speak to it?
I sit on this committee and I have to say I'm not sure what we've achieved by having these meetings. Once again, I feel this is a lot of hot air and a waste of time and money.
Okay. Any other comment? No. Okay. With that, I'll put the motion that Council notes the contents of the report and notes the next steps which are included in the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
No, recorded, please.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Only one no. No, you said yes. I heard you. Can't have two votes. Sorry. So, next on my agenda, I've got S2. Supplementary, yes. Should we have lunch instead? Yep.
Yeah, but that might not be quick. It depends if the approval to grant the lease is quick.
Well, if we've had some staff waiting, so what can we deal with? 14. Right,
Happy to
yes,
move 14.
Is that what you're referring to, Ms. McCarthy? Okay.
It's the approval to grant the easement, councillors, item 14.
Yep.
Because it would make sense to delay the 3 water reports to hear them as a block after lunch.
Yep.
But we have Owen and Heath here.
Right.
Around the
that sounds sensible to me. And so let's deal with that, item 14, which is on page 156 of your agenda. And, perhaps it might be straightforward, although, anything involving St Leonard's can be fraught. So we'll see. So we'll, do you have any opening comments? No? Yeah. Okay, so we better address, quiet please, councillors, we better address questions to the panel. Are there any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, team. Just a couple of questions. I know this well, and you've alluded to the fact that it's boggy and for the football pitch it's on there. So the first question would be, well, there's 2 questions. Is there going to be any upset to the football playing during the football season? And is there an opportunity when we're doing this to do anything related to the drainage problem that's there? I suspect the answer to the second one is no, but more concerned about the football pitch.
The indications from our sports field officer are that the pitch can be moved along slightly to provide more workspace, but the alignment for the pipeline already avoids the pitch, and there's clearance for that.
So, and the second part related to drainage?
We haven't negotiated anything with Three Waters at this stage.
Good. In terms of the potential to shift the footy pitch a wee bit, have the football community there who play there been consulted with and aware of what's going on?
We're not. Yeah, sorry. without having the sports field, obviously we're not sure if it's used as an official sports ground, but so we would consult with them, but would make sure that it doesn't impact the size of the field or the width or anything like that.
I can put you in touch with all the teams that play there. So,
question, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't suppose that this will be the case, but is there any chance once this work is done it could improve anything being done with future toilets in the area? No. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I see none. Thank you very much. Okay. Someone indicated a willingness to move. Chief of Infrastructure, Councillor Vandervis, seconded by Councillor O'Malley. Okay, would you like to speak to it, sir? Does anyone want to speak to it? No. Okay, in which case I'll put the motion that Council does grant the easement and etc. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. I now move that we adjourn for lunch until 1:45. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All in favour say aye. Carried. No one's against, I would imagine. So that's 35 minutes. And we'll come back to the take our seats. We'll get underway. Otherwise, it'll be another minutes will slip through our fingers. Coming? I'll just wait till Councillor Nellie's seated. Councillors Barker and Weatherall assume their seats.
Tickets to the races on Saturday.
All right. Oh, you didn't want to do the Wheatbix triathlon?
On Sunday.
Yes. All right. Cool. Sorry.
Carolyn has just said to me that maybe because staff are here, because the two
We've also got two resolutions to stop parts of roads, which are also very relatively quick. And Ms. Nielsen is here, Ms. Nelson. So if Ms. Nielsen and Ms. Ms. Ganton come to the desk, that would be all right. That's good. And so we're on well. Good-o. We've got a resolution to stop part of Sligo Terrace, item 15, page 173 on your reports. Do you have any opening comments? No. Do we have any questions, councillors? Yes, Councillor Gary.
I'm sorry if I missed this in the paperwork, but looking at the map on page 83 and 183, and I'm familiar with the road stopping process, of course, but I see that the road reserve currently encompasses some of the house. So presumably they'll have been paying a fee for, I can't remember what it's called now, in the meantime, and then this will mean they don't have to pay that. They'll purchase the piece of land if the road stopping goes ahead. Yes?
We do have a policy of charging people for a licence to occupy. So the typical scenario we've got is where we've got garages that are encroaching onto legal road. This is slightly unusual in that we've got a house encroaching onto legal road. So I would expect that they've been paying a licence to occupy fee, but I haven't got the specific knowledge on that. But you are right that once the land is transferred to them, then they will not be required to pay a licence fee.
Second question, if I may, Mr. Mayor. So the boundary is real close to the edge of the house, and I was curious as to why it wasn't out further, maybe to the edge of the hedge. I just thought that was interesting. Is that about the legal width of the road? Is that why that's so close to the edge of the house?
We're standing in for Paula Dickel, but so we don't have the specific facts. But what I would expect is that in that scenario, Paula will have consulted with the transport team, and they will have wanted to make the extension as small as possible to preserve the maximum width of the road.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions? I see no. So I see no questions, and Councillor Gary has indicated a willingness to move, seconded by Councillor O'Malley. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor? Would anyone? Very good. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Against? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Wiley. On to number 16, resolution to stop the part of Hatfield Street. Are there any questions on this?
Happy to move.
Any questions on Hatfield Street? I see none. Councillor Vandervis is willing to move, and seconded by Councillor Ackland. Would you like to speak to it?
Not really. It just looks like a tidy up to me.
Anyone got any further comments? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. We're done. So now to item S2, the Waterworks. Submission on local government water services bill. Supplementary report 4. So Ms Kendon is back again, along with Ms Mackenzie, Mr Ward and Mr Campbell. Do we have any opening comments? No. No. Do we have any questions? Councillor Barker.
Kia ora everyone. Just one question on page 7, paragraph 29. I'll give you a chance to find it. Maybe it's simple, maybe it's not. It was just talking about the level of oversight that's proposed for the Commerce Commission may be higher than is necessary in cases where territorial authorities adopt a delivery model that retains a high degree of control, i.e. in-house delivery. And I guess I'm asking this because when we go out to consultation, that's one of the challenges is the oversight that the Commerce Commission has. So I just wonder if you just explain a little bit more how that might be challenging if we kept it in-house.
The Commerce Commission will have wide powers to monitor any water service providers. When it's with council, then we're going, well, with all water service providers, you have to be able to show ring fencing. But for a council where we have, for example, parks and transport and a whole series of other departments, it's going to be more difficult to show that ring fencing. And what we're expecting is that ComCom will be looking very closely at that.
So is that I can't say poking the noses, but looking at a whole lot of other council services in detail that will end up costing us money perhaps when the Commerce Commission looks into us. Do we have to pay for that?
There will inevitably be costs associated with that.
Okay, question, Councillor Vandervis.
Page 21, item 33, Tamata Arawai. The Tamata Arawai being the primary name for water services regulator, why would we not, despite our commitment to the treaty partnership, why would we not have a plain English name for it, especially since the government has already suggested that we should go back to NZTA and New Zealand Transport Authority and have a name that people can readily understand the function of?
I think this point is thank you for your question, Councillor, once again. I think this point is just reflective of the direction that we've received from Council.
Councillor O'Malley.
Touching back on the ring fencing and the complexities of that, do we have situations now where we have staff that are not in Three Waters that would be performing activities that would potentially work in the Three Waters department, like legal support and stuff like that, and are now we're going to be expected to actually staff them separately as well? Or
CFO can probably answer this, but I think it's around how we account for those. And as part of the work we did for one of the entities with the DIA, we had to do all of that work anyway. So IT costs, your legal costs, your HR costs, all of that, which we run corporately, will need to be accounted for in-house. And that's what ComCom will be looking at.
Be more of a calculation rather than a say procedural or operational separation.
Yeah. I'm expecting it to be a calculation, but we haven't decided for certain that that's how we will do it. So I think that's still to be decided.
I think in one of the other reports it talks about the work we would need to do on our internal charging model. Is that in the options paper, Caroline? Yeah.
And if I may add, please, Councillor, through the chair, I think you could readily anticipate how one day that might be mechanical reporting rather than an assessment and a calculation. And that's where it becomes, progressively more onerous to administer.
Righto. Any further questions? Councillor Barker.
Just when I was just reading the summary of the key submission points, and thank you for the excellent submissions, a lot of reading, and I love that you had tables in there, and I love that you had suggestions about recommendations of change, but I just wondered if there was anything that was actually the most worrisome thing in the bill, because a lot of the stuff, I hate to say, looks minor. It's about going too fast, not paying enough attention, shall we say. Is there anything there that as council we should be particularly vitally concerned about?
So, thanks, Councillor Barker. As you've mentioned, some of the key points were to do with potentially being pushed towards some models. The two most immediate submission points we've got from a legal perspective is the point to do with the overlapping consultation provisions and the definition of a joint water service provider arrangement. So it's those 2 points that we really want to, that are really key to us with the water service delivery plan going forward.
And if I could just add, I think councillors in their questioning have also highlighted another thing that should be of concern, and that is the reach of ComCom should council choose an in-house model. So I think that is a factor politically that councillors need to be aware of.
And the next thing I just had, I was looking at paragraph 11, which sort of talks about the shared surface arrangement. So that's because that's the MOU's coming up. So would anything there preclude us from having that, exploring those shared service arrangements while we're going through changes?
It doesn't stop us immediately from exploring the possibility of shared services, but what it does mean at the moment, shared services is captured as a change proposal, and so what that would mean is if we were entering into a contract with Christchurch, for example, then we would have to go through another separate consultation process. So this submission is saying that that seems unwarranted, particularly if the arrangements are going to be dealt with by contract. So the point of Clause 11 is that we don't think that simple contractual arrangements should be captured within the definition of a change proposal.
Very good. Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding being pushed forward to a particular model, have you had any feedback from Wellington or Christchurch or any other urban centre regarding how they are approaching this proposal being pushed in one direction or another? Do we know, have we got any idea how Wellington wants to go, for instance, given their severe problems?
I'd have to defer probably to our CEO for what Wellington is doing. I'm not aware of that. But Christchurch, they've put forward a report that is based on 3 options that they're putting forward. An in-house model is their preferred, as I understand it, and then 2 other alternatives. One of the alternatives is a CCO for 3 waters, and the other alternative is a CCO with 2 waters, so excluding stormwater.
But their clearly preferred option, as I understand it, is in-house delivery in Christchurch.
And any other centres do we know about? Because it'd be interesting to see how the government reacts, given that most urban centres would probably go down the similar road that we are.
Wellington have an existing arrangement, so they had an existing collaborative arrangement between the, I think, 5 of the councils. I believe that is likely to continue. And then the remaining other centres, Queenstown, for example, has as a high growth council, has different debt options than this council does. And so we'll be looking, because they can borrow up to 350% in-house as opposed to the 280 limit that we have. So that changes the discussion. You'll have seen that there is a group of sort of mid-island councils looking to work collaboratively and form a joint CCO that includes some of our neighbours and some further north. But apart from that, it's wide-ranging what councils are choosing. Fewer are probably going with the CCO route than the government had anticipated in pushing this legislation.
Yeah, they're quite close on that. Well, they're talking quite hard about a CCO with Waitaki, Clutha, Central Otago and Gore. But it's proving difficult, I believe. And Invercargill is looking at going alone, standalone. And so, of course, and ourselves in Christchurch, as you know, we're looking at the shared services arrangement, but both standalone. Anyway, any other questions? I see none. Okay, oh well, take a break before the next one.
And just before you get to that, Mr Miller's helpfully forwarded a media release, councillors, that I'll forward to you about our neighbouring councils that provides an update that is as of 6 minutes ago. Thank you, Mr Miller.
What does the update say?
Basically, that they have those councils that we alluded to have agreed to progressing a more formal combined CCO model.
Okay. So, in terms of the submission, I'm happy enough it is. I think you're going to speak to it. Is that? Yes, you'd like to move it, and so move it, and I'll second it by Councillor Vandevers. Okay, so we'll get the it's up on the wall, which is the same as what's on the page. So, would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm not going to take too long on this. I just want to congratulate the staff on the quality of the submission and this on this water bill. I think the two highlights really in it are Commerce Commission and what that may involve for us, and then you can see through the bill that there is definitely a push towards the CCO as the preferred model from the government's perspective, but in-house is still not prohibited. But we make the point that there is still a slightly uneven playing field when it comes to the debt cap that can be achieved based on the model that you go for. So I think that and the Commerce Commission feedback are probably the two main points on this. And I guess to Councillor Vandevers' question, I think the government may very well be surprised with the number of councils that end up indicating that they're going to try to keep it in-house. And well, we had this experience 4 years ago when the councils chose against the government, and the government said, oh, actually, we never really was a choice. Different government, but I'm still thinking that we may end up facing that coming up into the future. So I thank the staff for the submission, and as you said, Mr Mayor, I'll be speaking to it when we go in front of Select Committee.
Yes, and I think obviously the in-house model looks preferable for us, and same for Christchurch. However, there's always the possibility of forming a CCO simply to deal with the shared services and the standardisation, modularisation and procurement aspect of things. So, and then we could do that between us while still delivering in-house. And so I think, to me, that model that we're looking at, the two largest in-house councils plus the shared services, is aiming for the win-wins. It's aiming for all of the efficiencies of scale without the difficulties of trying to get harmony between, who's done what and how far, what state is the various pipes and pumps and structures, facilities and so on within each individual council or jurisdiction. What state are they in? So it leaves that question aside, which is a huge question when it comes to trying to harmonise or form a single CCO with a bunch of different councils' water services. So this enables us to get on with improving the situation and lowering our costs and achieving efficiencies of scale, whilst without having to spend a whole heap of money trying to figure out who's got what and where it's at, because what we'll be working on is the delivery of service that worldwide best practice and best experience in New Zealand points to as being the way forward. And so we can just get on with that, working together in the best possible way. So I think what we'll find is that other councils may choose to try and come on board once we get that established and up and running. And to me, it seems like a situation that gives us the win for both sides and no downside and the least amount of administration cost, which is, after all, something that the government is looking to achieve. Reduce the admin and keep up the efficiency. So, any other speakers? Councillor Hurland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to thank the staff with David Ward and his team on the work they've done on this. And I'd also like to thank Councillor O'Malley. I think there's been years that he has kept contact with other councils, and particularly when we had the controversy of Three Waters initially, his contacts with people around the Christchurch City Council and others kept us all informed on some of the things other councils were doing, and I felt like, whether I was right or wrong, but that we were a step ahead of a lot of them because we knew what others were doing, and a lot of that was due to the information that Councillor O'Malley had been gaining through talking to other councils and keeping up to date with everything. I also think it shows the benefit for us to go to the seminars, go to the conferences, keep in contact with your other councils around you. It really is important to find out what they're doing and to talk to them, but also to build those relationships. I think what we've got now is a standalone, and to be able to work alongside a larger council than us is a big benefit, because I see opportunities for both Christchurch and Dunedin in this, that we could contract out work for some of those smaller councils possibly as well. So I think hopefully it could be a win-win for everyone. So thank you everyone involved.
And we probably deviated away slightly from the submission, but I think it's back to you, Councillor. Anything further to add?
No, I don't really think so. Thanks. Okay. Thank you.
Having said that, we'll put the motion that we approve this draft submission to Parliament's Finance and Expenditure Committee on the bill, and authorise Councillor O'Malley to speak to it and the Chief Executive to make any minor editorial changes. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next is 3. This is the Local Water Done Well decision on water models for consultation, which some of us spoke about in advance, but it's obviously deeply related. And but we have the panel back again to take any questions, in case we've had a whole lot of questions spring to mind in the interim, including financial questions. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is just, it's on page 44, and it's looking at B at the top, what are we, 78B, about the in-house option, and it talks about rate increases of 15% per annum for the first 3 years, followed by an average of 6% for the remaining years. Now that's just the water rate, is that correct? Not council?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, that's the water rates.
My next question is just around when we're talking, sorry, I'm hopping around because I was trying to find all my questions, page 57, and there's advantages and disadvantages of in-house versus out-house CCO, and I just wondered, I guess, to tease out the relationship between water and city planning, and I wasn't 100% sure if I saw that picked up in the advantages and disadvantages, because my assumption would possibly be that if it's in-house and it enables us to do consolidated planning around everything, including water. And if it's out of house, how would that relationship work? Like if we were trying to plan a subdivision or something, and then we had a CCO over here, and we wanted to have some pipes, how would that work?
You're correct that the planning issue is a big issue in terms of it being an advantage for an in-house model rather than a CCO model. It's listed as the second bullet point advantage, so the top of page 56, strong integration with other council functions. So that's what we're talking about there. How would it, well, at the moment, an application comes into the planning team and then they consult with the different departments around the organisation. And I would expect that if it was a CCO, it would be a similar situation, except you'd be sending it out for consultation to a third party. And although in theory I think that works in an acceptable way, in practice there are a lot of conversations that happen between staff directly. You know, we're co-located, so we can talk about things face to face very, very easily. So just from a practical perspective, that is not as easy when you're dealing with a third party organisation.
Oh, I guess I was also thinking about, you know, if we, I think we did a submission last week about possibly being able to force to redo our 2GP. So if we were thinking about planning holistically, and then we've got a CCO out there which manages water and where the pipes put in the ground, how would that relationship work as well with our city planning?
There's a requirement to do a water services strategy. So I would be expecting there to be a lot of consultation and discussion between the council and the CCO at that point of time. Nadia might be able to expand on that. I'll just pass it over to Nadia if you've got further information on that.
The statement of expectations is quite large as to its content as well, and the legislation to do with like all the planning and everything like that. So it would all be worked out at that level. We're talking about the stormwater network. There's options for a service agreement between all the different providers in a stormwater context as well, for roles and everything to be worked out through those as well. Yeah, but the complexity of that integration and how that all works is a big feature. Yeah.
If I may add, please, Councillor Barker, for me, you're replacing, as Ms. Kenton describes it, those internal interactions with instruments like strategy documents. So interactions get replaced by instruments. Does that make sense?
I guess I'm looking at it also from like, there's an issue in South Dunedin, we decide to put in some pipes and pumps, put the money in the budget, do the job. So would it make it a little bit more tortuous to have a CCO to actually make that happen?
Not necessarily, because it is essentially a council-controlled organisation and council will set the direction. However, the timing might not be as sympathetic as council would like from an in-house point of view, so a level of more granular control, but nonetheless council would still control the direction of travel of the organisation.
I think just to build on what the team have said, the water services strategy under the CCO model in particular becomes a really critical document. And remember, in the CCO model, council are direct shareholders, and so you have a direct interface with the governors of the CCO. So it's you would have an opportunity to influence some of those things in your interactions with the board of the CCO.
And we'd still need water experts working within council to try and help with the water strategy.
But there are mechanisms, governance mechanisms for how you potentially could manage that. So it might be, for example, and this is just an option, it's not the solution necessarily, you may have a water services committee, a committee of the whole where you appointed some external expertise onto that committee to help council interact with the CCO so that you had technical water experts on that committee if there was no expertise around the council table, for example.
Councillor O'Malley.
continuing that sort of vein of thought, though, the CCO will have its own board, and therefore, and under the Companies Act, we're not allowed to talk to any, we're not allowed to, under the LGA, I guess, either talk directly to the employees, but we tend to have a slightly closer relationship. It'll be just like our relationship with Aurora, but the difference being that the CCO is not allowed to make a profit. But other than that, how much does it differ from a standard CCO model?
It's probably a fair assessment to say that it's not dissimilar to Aurora, particularly given that Aurora is also going to be is a regulated organisation. I think probably the biggest difference would be that the shares in this company are likely to be held directly by the council as opposed to being through DCHL.
Even still, then, the DCHL board and not the boards of Aurora, and this would just be the board of the water, but it still would be a different relationship than it is with the management, which is our relationship at the moment.
Yes, absolutely.
Move from a internal strategic document which drives our three waters at the moment, you know, the long-term infrastructure plans and other such things, to a letter of intent. That becomes a level of control at that point, doesn't it? Or statement, yeah. Statement of expectation. Statement of expectation. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we had an option where we had time to do an in-house working in-house would work out, that would give us a way to sort of look at how it could work. But do you see the communication compared to a CCO could be easier if it would be a similar model to what we've got now, I assume? Would that be fair to say?
Yes, if the council decides that it wants to keep water in-house, then there'll be some basic things that will stay the same. So, for example, I think the level of communication, for example, would be similar. But even if it does stay in-house, there will be changes, and they're principally around that requirement to ring fence.
Okay. Councillor Barker.
Just one more question, because we are looking at putting out to consultation, and I spent 3 hours reading this. It just about killed me, and you have been amazing, giving us lots of workshops and lots of information. So I'm just wondering, so it says in the next steps that a consultation document will be coming out. Are you having comms people work on how to make it very complicated simple?
So we have an external comms person who has worked on the Waste Futures project, so a good background in infrastructure generally and writing clear communication, working on this. And they are, it's a difficult thing to simplify, as you've noted. So I think we'll be trying to take an approach whereby there's a reasonably straightforward consultation document, but then with a degree of detail in the supporting material for those that do want to delve into, real detail.
I'm just thinking of us out there with a consultation document trying to explain simplistically the difference between the in-house and CCO model when we're at the farmers market.
So we'll look at how we provide staff support to some of those, and it may be that we run water specific sessions so we can have the engineers and the folk who are really technically good available. And it might be that that when councillors are at the farmers market, if you don't have Mr. Ward with you, you refer folk to him or his team if they have specific questions.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
My last question first, following on from Councillor Barker, I think it's not only the technical water questions, but I think it's the technical finance questions, because that's, as some of you know, I've spent half the night awake wrangling that over in my mind, because, and just to put it simply, Ms Allen, is that under the CCO model, we don't have to, the water charge, whether that be a rate or whatever that is, does not have to fund depreciation. That's the key difference in the two models in terms of, from the consumer's point of view, what we're not funding.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, that's the key difference between the two options, and the result of that is that one option borrows more.
Yeah, which is the in-house ends up borrowing more than the CCO model. Yes, the other way around. Yes. Yes, it's a test. I mean, and I think if that's the clear thing, and then it takes a bit of reading to kind of get your head around exactly what from a consumer's point of view, what that means, because we're not funding if it was a CCO model, we wouldn't be funding the depreciation. But then because we're paying more interest because we have more debt, that in the modelling it gets to a point where there's not much in it. Is that kind of a fair summary of it?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
But I'd add, and Carolyn, if I've got this right, but the group position, when you look at the group position, you end up with more debt as a group than you do with the in-house model.
Yes. Does my memory serve me correct? And if I say that the CCO model shows an increase in debt of 150 million over the if the CCO model will give us an extra $150 million of debt over the in-house model at the end of 10 years.
Mr. Mayor, yes, it's 157.
Yes.
Yes.
Just round out. Okay. Which is a significantly persuasive factor for me, I could say.
But the corresponding factor is where the costs lie, and so the householder potentially pays more with the in-house model for a period of time. That's correct, isn't it, Carolyn?
Yes, that's correct, and that's on chart 4. I think on page 48 of your papers you can see the revenue.
Yeah,
There's also another chart 2 also shows that.
So it's a now or later argument because it still has to be paid. No.
Challenging decision, and we will need to think really carefully. I think the charts that the team have prepared, and thanks to the team, the model is a really good one, will be really helpful for our community. So we'll look at how we provide that graphical information in the consultation material to help people understand what is complex financial modelling.
Okay. We've got Councillor Walker next, and then Councillor Malley again, Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to repeat too much of what's been said already, but 2 things for me is maybe for the CEO, optically, in terms of explaining the mechanics to the public, I don't see that as too problematic. Where I do see a problem, this is maybe for the team, and the key here is modelling. In terms of the finances, it's fair to say that moving out beyond year 3, 5, 7, 9, we just absolutely don't know, in the light of potential government change, legislative change, whatever. That's just the reality, eh?
That's correct.
Should just be cautious of that. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Malley.
Although remembering that when we are modelling, and I would agree with us or not, it's an even playing field anyway, in terms of if we get it wrong, we got it wrong for everybody. So unless the fundamental change fundamentally affected one or the other, the relative probably is still reasonable. And I guess it gets to my question here about, is there any reason to believe that the CCO will deliver the water any cheaper? Particularly cheaper. I don't see it in the model.
A difficult question to answer cleanly, in so much as the CCO is purported to have a higher degree of focus on the particular tasks and activities. So it's dedicated to the function of the 3 waters. So in that it is anticipated it will drive a degree of efficiency and increased productivity. But to the same extent, that can be assimilated and accommodated in the in-house model. And the ring fencing by its very nature will encourage that.
Well, I was just going to ask, if it's ring fenced, then everything about it is 3 waters, how would it be any less focused on 3 waters than a CCO? Arguably not. So if there are differences in efficiencies, they're not necessarily material. as in you can't say if we do this, I can see 20% coming out immediately, right? So then when we look at the figure 2 and you look at the cost charges, it is effectively using debt to offset operational costs in the first 2 to 3 years. Is it not? I mean, that's effectively what it is. If the cost of running the organisation is the same, and then the bill to the household is lower in the CCO model, the only reason it's lower is that the CCO has taken on debt to offset that bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I know that we can't go past year 10, but it is quite tempting to ask what is happening when those curves touch. That won't be for the consultation document, will it? And we'll probably not be able to get anything in time?
No.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I understand that we as governors making this decision have to have a much deeper understanding of what we're deciding than the public necessarily. And I also have read in detail what we're required to put in the consultation document. But I just want to check whether there's a sense that the following are the focus for our householders, because I think there's some things that are going to be top of mind for our householders, and that would be they won't understand the Commerce Commission reach into this, and that might be a step too far in terms of detail. The now or later and the cost to the householder, I think in the immediate future and our current climate is going to be, is it not, top of mind. Just wanted a comment on those. Do you think that those would match what our community would be most concerned about?
Thank you, Councillor Gary. You're right. The legislation specifies what you have to list. And so, for example, what we are going to have to do is we're going to have to say what the effect is of rates, effectively what the savings are. And it may be that households are more focused on potential savings than perhaps long-term benefits. We can't predict what the public is going to think about that, but we have to, it's a statutory requirement to put that information in front of the public so that they can consider it and have their say.
Thank you. In my subsequent question, just checking back, and my apologies, Chief, because I got distracted, but the idea of an in-house model and then going with an in-house model as a preference, if that's what the community comes back with, and then a review, that's still the thinking?
It's still possible, and staff think that were council to go with an in-house model, that reviewing its effectiveness, reviewing what role ComCom has played in the sector, and then aligning that with the 10-year plan, which is only 2 years away, is probably prudent. So even if you went with the in-house model, you have a choice at that point, yes, to review it at any point, but aligning it with the 10-year plan would make sense in our mind.
So would that make up part of the consultation document for the community to understand?
No, it likely wouldn't, because we're required, as Carolyn said, what you need to go with your preferences. We can make it clear that might be what we look at, but you'd want to, that would probably come following your deliberations.
Okay, Councillor Barker, and then Councillor Ule, and then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just reading in the disadvantages for the in-house, and it says council does not have access to the 500% debt to revenue ratio that's available under the CCO option. And I looked at some of the modelling, but would we need that 500% debt to revenue ratio? It's like, is that like a deal breaker, or is it actually, I hate to say the word irrelevant, as a key disadvantage?
I reckon it's an advantage.
Well, more to you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. What I can say is that we're within our limits in the in-house model.
And then it talks about that LGFA have agreed. Sorry, this is back to page 42. I'm just teasing this one through. LGFA have agreed in principle to lend up to 500% of operating revenues. Would LGFA be the main and only lender, or would CCOs be able to go to the bank or someone else to lend the money?
Thank you. So this council would continue to borrow through Dunedin City Treasury. So the LGFA is one of our sources of where we borrow from. Just going back to your earlier question, what that 500% capacity does do is allow, for example, an acceleration. So it gives you more capacity if you wish to use it. Yes.
And Carolyn, does that then free up capacity for council to do other things?
Is that what that extra headroom is?
Yes, so paragraph 83 shows you the difference in the headroom between the two options. So the chart 5 is the in-house, chart 6 is the CCO option, and so the blue parts of each bar are the additional headroom going into the CCO option. And so those blue sections get higher as the capex in Three Waters really ramps up, and which is the final 2 years of our plan essentially. Yep.
And my next question is it's following on from Deputy Mayor Lucas's question a wee while ago, and it talking about the CCO and the funding from depreciation. In the CCO option, it also assumes the funds from operations, and that was mentioned throughout, and I just want a little bit more clarity and understanding of what that means. Simplistically, is it a profit margin or is it something that covers the interest?
Yes, so to start with, your operating revenue should cover all of your cash operating expenses. So that's all of your operating expenses except for depreciation. And then what the model is also assuming is that you add on top of that 10% of your debt. So that's, yes, so it shows your ability to service your debt. So as your debt gets higher, the 10% of that will get higher.
I'm just trying to understand it in relationship to the depreciation stuff. That was where I was a bit stuck there. So that's is that for paying the interest on the debt, or?
Yes, so no, it's that both options you're still paying your interest, but in the in-house model you fund depreciation. In the CCO model, there's the percentage of debt that you're funding. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the ring fencing will be for the in-house is around the finances. Is it around resources as well? Like, for example, where at the moment we have Three Waters staff that say we have special projects, they work in together with those different departments when there's a big project and they involve Three Waters, I believe. Is that going to restrict what we can, if we're ring fenced, would that restrict any of that working together?
I wouldn't have thought so, Councillor.
Because in-house would make it easier, but if it was a CCO, not as much. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, again, it comes back to the ease of working collaboratively with colleagues in-house. It's much more conducive to that.
Okay, Councillor Walker.
Thank you once again. Being a lover of win-wins, one of the things I love about the potential in-house option is the option next LTP to review and look at the possibility of the CCO. I haven't got it here, but I remember when reading the papers there was suggestion that it's obviously much easier to do that than be a CCO and revert. The question is that because it's logistically difficult, or is it because it's legislatively impossible?
It's not legislatively impossible, but you would have to go through another consultation process, whichever way you were going. So if you were started as a CCO and you wanted to revert back to an in-house model, you'd have to go through a consultation process. I'm just not sure what the requirements would be in terms of getting this approved by DIA.
Be good to know that, actually.
Nadia, have you seen anything written about that?
I can't put my hand on it, but there is definitely provision for you to disestablish, particularly if you've transferred assets over. There's definitely provision for you to do the reverse.
Councillor Ackland.
So, my recollection is we've actually discussed all this before, but my big question and my big concern with this question is that under the CCO, we've got the ability to borrow a lot more money for our water purposes, but it's also, as the Chief Executive suggested just before, gives us an opportunity or options for other things that we may want to do in terms of borrowing for other council activities as well. Is that the case? So what we're saying with the CCO, we've got a higher threshold in terms of how much we can borrow for the water functionality, but then we've also, because of that, it's been removed from council, we've got more scope to be able to borrow to do other things that council may choose to do.
Yes, Councillor, that's correct, particularly in the later years.
And so no matter how you look at that, it just equals more debt if we went down those roads. Is that correct?
Correct.
Only if council chose to exercise the available headroom. So it provides more borrowing capacity, but the council may not choose to use it.
Yeah, so what we're really doing, and I'll put it as a question, am I right in saying this? What we're doing is we're upping our credit limit.
A debt limit. A debt limit, yeah.
Yes, Councillor, you do have more capacity to borrow in the CCO option, and then it does create more headroom in council. Yes.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. The reversal to bring a CCO back in is in the LGA, is that where it sits? It does sit somewhere.
Yeah, it's in the Water Services Bill. So it's the December legislation specifically says that you can effectively do a change proposal, which includes the ability to change to another model.
I was actually talking about generically anything we have as CCO, I think with the exceptions of electricity lines companies, ironically, is never allowed to be brought back in, but we could bring Delta back in, I think, under legislation. Is that correct? It's generically speaking.
Yeah, under the LGA.
Under the LGA, yeah. My question actually was around the percentage of debt, percentage of profit. It's 10%, right, that a CCO is allowed to make for the purpose of paying debt off. Is that how that works?
So that is the guidance at the moment, and for our modelling we've chosen middle of the road, and so what we would end up with in the CCO option is a covenant with LGFA that we would negotiate with them. So that would either be they're saying between 8 and 12%. So we've modelled 10, and so the higher the percentage, it changes your revenue obviously that you'll collect, and then it changes your debt. So the higher the revenue, the less your debt.
But you can go out to 500% revenue debt, and then you're allowed 10% profit in order to start paying that off again. And I'm just wondering if that's even enough profit when you get enough debt.
I understand that eventually on that model you end up funding depreciation anyway. Is that what it works like?
Yes, well, as far out as we go, so we go out to the 10th year, and this one, the deficit in the CCO reduces to about 9 million. So it's reducing each year as your debt increases.
Yeah. And that we've modelled to start paying it off in that model, but the legislation doesn't necessarily make you do that, does it?
Pay off debt?
You can go out to 500% and you can take profit as a CCO to reduce your debt again, but there's no requirement to go back. Is there a requirement to balance your budget in the legislation?
Yes. Interestingly, the sections still say to fund depreciation unless you believe it's financially prudent not to do so. And those financial prudence regulations give you these options of not funding depreciation but funding this 10% instead. So that's the way of demonstrating financial prudence in the CCO model. So they're quite different.
Can I just follow up on that, Carolyn? So does that mean you get to the point about 10 years out if you're in a CCO, that 10% is governed by a covenant, yes, with LGFA. So at that point you might want to renegotiate the covenant to make it less, for example. Well, you may not want to be, the CCO, the model is not to pay down debt. You may not want to be in a position where you are paying down debt, so then you would reduce the free cash operations, wouldn't you? Well, you could.
Well, you could, yes.
Well, because the CCO is designed to be a debt-carrying vehicle, essentially. So that's how the legislation sets it up. So you could then, it's just interesting. It's that year 10, all sorts of things happen with both models.
But depending on how easy it is to change the covenants with LGFA, and we don't know that. Yeah.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I think it's in the report, and also you've mentioned how there still needs to be some more work done on in terms of our in-house shared services and whether we're keep it in-house or CCO. And I'm just leading that on into the point on page 51 where we talk about the ComCom and would regulate those parts of the council that directly and indirectly deal with water services. So when we're talking about indirectly deal, is that what we're talking about, is that the ComCom could have a reach within council and an in-house looking at those services that are provided to water? Is that what we're...
Yes, that's exactly what we're meaning. So, for example, we'll have to account for the ancillary services that water team uses, the HR, the legal, the finance, etc.
And my other question, which is nothing in the paper here, but if we go with an in-house model and this government has alluded to it, brings in rates capping, how quickly could we decide to move to a CCO model, or what impact would that actually have on this? I know I've only just thought of that.
I think in terms of timing, we could move reasonably quickly, but we would need to go through a consultation process beforehand.
It would also depend on what the rates capping said. And so it may not, it may be quite directive, so it would depend entirely on the nature of the legislation about what we're able to do.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, I guess. And I do like the CEO's definition of a CCO for public consultation as a debt-carrying vehicle. This is a pretty obvious question, but I think it speaks to all the questions, and it's how I feel about this. Is it right to say that ultimately there is a large group of pros and cons to whatever we do? And coming Bill's question and Jim's question, I mean, that's the bottom line here, isn't it? And it's ultimately, of course, that's why we're here. It's our decision based on that.
Yes, that's absolutely right. There are pros and cons to each option, and that's why we've said that this is a decision for council, and you will need to weigh which of the factors are more important to you. So, for example, is it more important for you to ensure that we're not taking on more debt, or is it more important for you to ensure that the prices to the household are the absolute lowest? So they're all balancing things that you need to take into account.
But ultimately done in the context of quite a number of unknowns as well, which is...
Absolutely, and it's inherently unpredictable to go beyond 10 years, and even probably beyond 3 years in some, arguably. But we can see that those lines are starting to cross over. So it really is impossible to say what the situation will be after 10 years. We don't know whether that is it actually turns out that CCO model is the more expensive option. We just don't know that at this stage.
Sorry, there's a bit of leverage here, and this goes to Bill's question, and we have to do it in the context of the knowledge that if we choose the in-house, it may have consequences for the wider other things we have to do as a council. I think.
Model is based on your draft 9-year plan, which in theory has your capital aspirations for the 9 years and can be accommodated.
Right. I've got Councillor Houlihan, then Councillor Melly, then Councillor Gary, then Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking about if what Deputy Mayor Lucas said, and with the government saying maybe there could be a cap on rates. If that happened and our finances for Three Waters, if we're in-house, were ring-fenced, I'm just trying to put my head around that, because I'm wondering, but can you correct me if I'm wrong, if that's the case, would that mean that the Three Waters would be left to itself and that cap rate would come on the council work separate from the Three Waters? Because that would be then ring fence for Three Waters, see what I mean? Because there'd be a separate bill and everything.
I don't think we can answer that at this stage. I think we don't know, first of all, whether there is going to be a rates cap, and if there is, what the details of that are.
Councillor Melly.
Going back there to chart 2 again, and I know that we say we can't go past year 10, but surely the difference between those two lines, as you said, the numbers have come out of the 9-year plan for the cost and running of either whether it's in-house or out-of-house. So the only difference between those two lines must be that you've used debt to fund operational costs. That can be the only difference between those two lines if the underlying machine is the same, isn't it?
Yes, we have. There's the additional debt, so the interest, but we've also got additional costs for directors. There are some additional operational costs in the CCO model as well, so it's interest and those costs.
There's even more cost in the CCO model, and therefore those lines are going to diverge. They are going to converge, and then the other one is going to go above it, because the difference will be the interest. That will be it. I mean, when we say we can't model out, it's just frustrating for me that it stops right at the convergent point. And then on the assumption that you don't know anything going out any further than that, because we don't have effectively the numbers. But if you're saying that you don't have any substantive efficiencies that you can point to actually give a very different number for how the CCO would run versus the in-house model will run, then the only difference between the two must be the debt burden and the interest you're paying on the debt. Would that be correct?
Yes, correct.
I guess if that line went beyond year 10, it would flip. And then from year 10 on, the CCO would have been more expensive than an in-house model. Is there any counter-argument to that?
We just can't, as staff, provide you with a guesstimate of the next 10-year plan. And so that's partly why. But that was the bit for Adrian, I think, in the model. That was the hard bit, was council's finances past year 9 of the 9-year plan. So, yeah. So that's why that two-year review, we will have a new 10-year plan, which gives us extra data that we will be able to model past that. So that's why we think that's a relatively prudent approach if you decide to go in-house.
Okay.
I think it is fair. Sorry, I was just going to say, I think it is fair though to look at the trajectory and to consider what that trajectory is. I think that can form part of your decision making.
I mean, if you were to say, if you just put an assumption in that the two units run at the same cost, then the difference would be what debt are they carrying and what interest exposure do they have. I'm just wondering if we could. If they run at the same cost, then if you built up debt at the start, you will have more costs at the end because you've got interest on that debt that you built up at the start. I mean, that's just the way it is.
All right. Councillor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did we introduce Mr. Christie? I know you were just referred to him, Chief, but I'm not sure if we did we? I didn't recall that. No.
Okay. Is that the question? Is that the extent? No.
I will continue and leave that with you. So there was comment earlier about if we went for a CCO and if a council wanted to revert back to in-house, then it would need to go for consultation. But isn't it the case that if we chose in-house through this consultation and in 2 years' time decided to look at a CCO, we'd have to go through a consultation, would we not?
Oh, sorry. Yes, you're absolutely right.
But I appreciate probably the first would be more complicated. And can I just clarify too, because I think this is important, that the 2 years, if we happen to in 2 years' time review and decide to look at a CCO, that a number of factors will have settled at central government level and so forth, but also that we have certainty within those 2 years in terms of the figures?
There are likely to be a number of changes that happen in the next 2 years. I think one of the factors is the shared services with Christchurch. We can actually see what benefits that delivers. It also means that, you will have the most current financial information. You will have had an opportunity to see how ComCom functions relative to its involvement with the council. There will have been a national body elections. So there is some benefit in giving this council time to see how those sorts of things play out.
And presumably we're not burning any bridges, and just to characterise it, we're not burning any bridges if we go with in-house and then review it potentially in 2 years. There's more choice in that, apart from the debt, the borrowing capability.
As far as I'm aware, we're not burning any bridges. We will have to have our water services delivery plan approved by DIA, and so we will need to be able to show that the in-house model does work, and so I think that would be the only risk, but we're satisfied at staff level that our financial modelling shows that in-house does work.
Thank you.
Very good.
Mr. Mayor, if I could introduce Adrian Christie from Deloitte over here. So Adrian has put together the financial models for us for this report.
Great. Thank you, Adrian. There wasn't a prelude to a comment from Adrian, was it?
Just us.
No.
Rectifying error.
That's all right. We have two more questions. Councillor Barker, followed by Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to tease out page 56 and the disadvantages of the in-house. It says, financial modelling shows this option as having fewer potential savings to households. And a lot of people that we talk to when we go out consultation are going to be really concerned about the cost of living crisis in their back pockets. So when we talk about fewer potential savings, how are we going to explain that to the consumer that will go, well, this option's cheaper to us? Is this where we're going to have to talk about all of the other benefits? And will the shared services with Christchurch be something that will could be able to make the savings look better? I know that in there was a diagram with it's going to cost this much and more until this point, and that's that crossover point I think that Jim was talking about. But people are really concerned with their back pocket, so I'm just, have we got a key number for the few potential savings? Because I think that's one of the big things that people will be worried about.
Oh, in terms of what we can charge customers, Councillor Barker, we've got that on table 4 in the report. But what you're talking about is what is the alternative in terms of savings with shared services?
I guess I'm someone paying my water bill under the CC in-house. Is it going to be, am I going to have a cheaper water bill? Or in the CCO, am I going to have a cheap water bill? And I know there's that debt thing sitting there, but I am a consumer worrying, I'm just pretending, I'm a consumer worrying about my back pocket for the next 5 years. So I'm just, because it is in there as a disadvantage, and it does need to be addressed because it's what people do care about. And we've had that same thing with the Aurora. Have we got a number?
I think that, and it's a challenging graph or chart, on chart 2 on page 47. So that shows the average water services bill per connection, and this is to your point. The in-house option tracks more as a more expensive option per connection for a period of time until that year 10, and there is a gap in the interim for the CCO, and that potentially is a cheaper bill for the house, but that will depend entirely on what the CCO does. That's based on our model. The CCO may choose to borrow more and go up to that limit as well, so you can't know. So that's the challenge, that extra room, the white space between those two lines, while it may make for a cheaper water bill, it also could allow the CCO more capacity to borrow and do work more quickly. And so that's the dilemma. So you can see for the first couple of years, the difference in household cost is not, well, I struggle to say it's not huge because it is some hundreds of dollars. Yeah, but that's still not insignificant for some households. But that's why we think if you were to look at the LTP year, and I don't think we included that in the end, that gives quite an interesting point to reconsider things if council kept it in-house.
I guess I'm just looking at when it says in year, say 27, 28, it's got the difference of $500. So in-house is $3,000, CCO is $2,500, and I'm just thinking about how the back pocket person's going to think about this. And as we're councillors and we're going to have to go out and consult on it, how are we going to explain why? Well, I say short-term pain, long-term gain. Is that the narrative or not? 2 years of denial. Yeah, no, I just want to get it right because that is in there as a disadvantage. So I just want to understand it.
What I would say is the consultation will come back to you on the consultation document on the 18th for your review and consideration, and so we'll be able to. Our team will be watching and listening to this debate and making sure they capture not only the statutory requirements, but also the issues that you raise on behalf of your community that you think need to be clarified in the document.
Deputy Mayor Lucas and then Councillor O'Malley.
I'm just thinking through timing in terms of the submission that we've just approved, and maybe it's a question for Nadia. So when that goes, when do we think that that's going to be passed into legislation, and how does that fit into our timing in terms of when we come back from our consultation in May? Because I mean, we're putting this out for consultation as our preferred proposal, and then in May, will we have a better clarity of where the government's thinking this in May? I'm looking at you shaking your head, that's what I was thinking.
The December bill will not be enacted until we've been given an indication mid-year, and we have said that's an issue in our submission as far as timing goes with all of our decision making. It's very frustrating that we don't have all the content. Like the select committee will do what they need to do and possibly make amendments, but unfortunately we will not know that until later, like till mid-year. There has been submission points from other third parties asking the select committee to be very upfront with potential changes before that, so we'll see whether we can get some more commentary on that as we go.
And it's unlikely, even when we do adopt in June, it's still unlikely that we will know. Yeah.
I'm not aware of the actual date. They're talking mid-year, so hopefully before the end of June.
Very good.
place because Big Tin Can just shut everything in there. I just got to reopen it. Can I just have a couple of minutes to find what it was in the document?
Certainly, Councillor Walker will fill the space.
I'll try and fill your gap for you, Councillor O'Malley. I just want to go back to Sophie's point because I think it's really pertinent. I want to somehow do this as a question, maybe to the CEO, because first off, your answer to Sophie's question, if I was Joe Public concerned about my back pocket, I wouldn't like that answer. It's too complicated. So we have to be aware, because we've got two things going on here, haven't we? Legislatively, we've got to be on point, but also in terms of feeding our public the information so they can digest it simply, because we'll all agree we've been around this. This is not simple stuff. These guys are heroes making this simple for us. So getting that right is not easy, but just be aware the answer you got wouldn't have appeased me. That's all I'm saying. So it's difficult to frame this because I'm with you. If I'm Joe Public now, I don't care about all this stuff surrounding it. I care about, is it costing me $22 more, or I'm going for that option if it's less. So just be aware of that.
And I'm totally aware, which is why I'm not writing the document. We've got people who are comms experts doing it.
Right into that same point, and just to the actual statement, the financial modelling, this is the disadvantages of in-house. Financial modelling shows this as fewer potential savings to households. The definition of savings is just a temporary lower bill, I assume, because it's not long-term savings, is it?
That's correct.
We have to change that to something like acute savings at the start, because unfiltered, this says that there are less savings, which is really not the case. There is a ability to put off the direct impact of the re-establishment of the bill that we have been unfunding for ages in a debt format, but it doesn't ultimately over the 20-year period give you any less cost, right?
Sorry. Yes, we can take a look at that. Yep.
And then a bit further down in those disadvantages, it says that the unit would lack single focus on delivering water services and does not ring fence. What else do you do, Mr. McKendry? Oh, he's not there. Actually, Mr. Ward, what else does the water department do? Because it says it lacks a single focus, implying it focuses on some other things as well.
I think that's contrasting an organisation that only has that focus with a council such as ours that has a broad focus. It's just that contrast. So the Three Waters team absolutely has a singular focus.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, it lives in an ecosystem that has a broader focus.
Yeah, but we're actually talking about the water unit there, so we're not talking about the council, we're talking about the water unit, and I guess I'm saying again, I'm worried about language that implies something that I don't think is there. So I understand that, yes, the water department is sitting inside the council, but it is becoming extremely ring-fenced under this legislation, and I would assume it still had a singular focus on delivering water service. So I'd kind of like that line taken out, to be honest. And how can it not capture, what are the scale benefits that you're going to capture if you're a Dunedin City Council CCO versus a Dunedin City Council in-house operation? Where's the scale benefit for the CCO? What is the scale benefit?
Again, there's not a clean answer to that. It's not completely obvious. There would have to be maybe different procurement mechanisms that would be different to how we operate today in council, and that might be with a longer term vision and different bulk buying mechanisms, for example. There would be differences based out of the level of comfort of the way in which the organisation operated.
Scale benefits. That sounds like cultural benefits. I mean, it's exactly the same size organisation. So the idea of the water entities was that they would be different in size and therefore there would be scale benefits. But I can't see how something that's exactly the same size gets a scale benefit.
It might have been just worded in a clumsy way, I think. I don't think Dave's answer was a good one, but maybe we just didn't quite get that phrase.
Completely acknowledged it's still sitting inside the council as an entity inside the council, but the government has been very clear about financially ring fencing it, which will have an incredible effect on culturally ring fencing it as well.
Mr. Ward hasn't mentioned it, but one of the things we've been talking about is, regardless, we're going to have to have a different way of working, and because of that ring fencing and because of the approach, and so the water unit in-house will need to think about how it does things slightly differently, which will be not, and that's not a bad thing because they're a fine performing team now, but it's just an opportunity to recast how we do some things in that ring fenced light.
I guess what I'm getting is I think that some of the assumptions that existed with the water entities, which were size-based, have come across to the CCO, which is not supposed to be any different in size if it's Dunedin City Council CCO. That's all.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Right. I don't hear any more questions on my list, surely. Been through everyone twice. Right. Very good. We're done. So, option here is the preferred option is on the papers and soon to be on the wall behind me, is to consult on the two options. Number one, in-house delivery, and number two, asset-owned CCO. And
we need to be determined. So someone's moving that?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move that. That's our. So we take that as part one, because it's down there as part
that's
B.
That's good. Yeah, that's fine.
But we'll just take it first, though.
No, we don't need to.
Okay, so we're just happy with all of that, and there'll be a report to council on 18 March asking them to approve the water options consultation document. So we'll be able to see the document, the final document, at that time. Okay. Is that straightforward for everyone?
I want to ask Carolyn one question, if I might. Is that all right?
Really?
Shall I ask her a question?
Yes.
Just quietly.
I have a question in the meantime.
Yes.
If we've already pretty much decided on an in-house delivery, can we really put 1 and 2 up as they are?
Absolutely, it's a consultation. So it's a preference. We have a preferred option.
But should we not mark the one as a preference, or should we not make that obvious?
Yes, we will. That's what B is about.
Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have a preferred option and alternate. If we're going to consult, you've got to have an alternate option. So otherwise, there's no consultation. I'm just going to stand up too.
Just asked for a change to Part C, councillors, around the consultation document, because rather than approve it on the 18th, to consider it, because I suspect there'll be a decent conversation based on everything we've heard today around that document. So I just wanted to leave us options for bringing something else back if we need to.
Rightio. So we're happy enough as it is now, the resolution. So I'm prepared to move. Are you prepared to second, Councillor Melly? So in speaking to this, the in-house delivery of Three Waters, certainly keeping control of our own destiny, and not leaping into the expense of setting up CCOs and governance bodies for those, and all manner of additional complications in advance. It gives us the well, the pathway of carrying on as we are, because we've done a lot of work in recent years to get our water delivery program and our Three Waters planning up to a higher state of investment and activity. So it gives us ongoing control of that, and whilst at the same time the thing that we'll discuss in the next paper, the partnership with Christchurch in terms of achieving efficiencies, should be giving us the best of both worlds, how to achieve efficiencies and how to still keep control. So pleased to see this as the preferred option at this stage, and I think it will stand us in good stead as we move forward, because the whole country is in a bit of turmoil trying to sort out what way to go, and there's various forces pushing and pulling, and this way gives us the most control over our destiny. Golly. I have to have some more water. Somebody else, who else would like to speak to this? Councillor Walker, Councillor Malley, Councillor Mayhem.
Yeah, thank you. As I've said around here before, and got it in the neck for saying it, I mean, I can't stand infrastructure, actually. It bores me intensely. I find it difficult. It's hard to understand, and those people that work in doing, I'm looking at Mr. Ward, I'm sure you sleep at night with piles of legislative documents under your pillow because you know so much about this stuff. But we've been around, we've had so much information. There's probably more information than anything I can remember, actually. It's and it's been hard to read sometimes, but and I think I'm saying this because I really want to applaud staff for presenting ultimately via workshops and getting to this point now stuff that was genuinely readable, understandable, grabbable, and allowed me to make an informed decision, although I'm relatively, I have to say, I'm relatively agnostic on which way we go, and I'm delighted actually that we're taking this out to public consultation, because I do want to sort of test the pulse of the public. It's a wee bit like Aurora for me. I want to see what the feedback is. On that note, I think it's important, though, in the context of what I've just said, there'll be a lot of ennui in the public around this, because ultimately if I've learnt nothing else from trying to talk to people about Three Waters or Local Water Done Well or whatever the current name is, at the end of the day, your public wants a number of things. They want to be able to turn on the tap and get a clean cup of water to drink and know they ain't going to get sick. They want to eat and get rid of what they've eaten in a clean and efficient way that takes it somewhere that they never have to see, and something's done with it and we don't ever see it again. And when it rains, they want water to disappear out where it needs to disappear to without flooding their homes. And as we all know, they don't want to pay too much for that. And as we know, and as Councillor O'Malley has said many, many times around this table, we, for a long time, and we still do, we massively underpay for what we get. And I don't think the public realise the value they get now. And the bottom line is they ain't paying enough. So when we do consult the public, if we want to get a genuine feedback, it goes to the conversation that was started by Councillor Barker, I guess, that we want to try and lay it out to the public in a really readable, understandable way, and we want to try and create a document that doesn't create an immediate bias towards people because they're not tremendously interested in this, just going, I want that option, and the reason I want that is because it's $22.19 cheaper than the other option, which may have greater value in an overall sense. The boffins that have to do that, good luck to them. But we're lucky in this building that we have some good boffins who hopefully will be able to do that, because I want to get a fair and constructive feedback from the public. And as I say, I'm lucky here because I am agnostic on where we go with this, because as is clear from the papers, and again, thank you, staff, there are multiple benefits one way or the other. So, as I say, I'm now in the position, so if you're listening, public, I am one of the swayable councillors. So if you've got a passionate reason why you want one thing over the other, I'm the sort of councillor you need to be telling that to. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, it's just coming on the 11th year anniversary of the Havelock North incident. And then within 2 to 3 years of that event came the Havelock North inquiry, and from that came the start of water reform. We were quite lucky in as much as that, unlike other councils, as water reform kicked off, we did go in a direction that almost no other council went in, which is to increase our own expenditure on our own maintenance and renewals, while almost every other council in the country went into the fetal position and started to howl. And 4 years later, we are far enough into that investment program that in fact we are in a position to actually consider in-house. And if we had not actually done that pre-investment earlier on, we may not have even been close enough to be able to have considered it. And I think we need to remember that often is not what is happening here is the amount of denial of what was needed to be done has got so great for some organisations and some councils that they are now, that 500% debt revenue and the ability to quite literally use debt to disguise the fact that you have now got a massive operational cost right in front of you is going to be attractive. However, quite literally is just using debt to offset what is actually reality. And it's a shame for us that in fact we took a little bit longer than we did to get our own water bill aligned. We could have started this 2 years ago ourselves, and in fact those increases that are early in on this model would have already occurred. And then the difference between the CCO and the in-house model would have been even closer. I think that there has been a long-term political positioning of central government to divest council assets into CCOs or private companies as best they can. So I believe this is kind of an extension of what is basically a familiar approach by government to council entities and council assets. And consequently, we're now playing on what could be an uneven playing field where increased capital debt is an artificial constraint put upon the councils because they are capping us at a lower level than they would if the water was done outside. And yet there is no actual reason to do that other than I believe that out here in the belief system of government, this will run better. But there's no actual evidence to say it will run any better. And in fact, we've got our own experience with our own CCOs. They don't really appear to. If they were so magically good, we should have never had to visit them again, and we know that wasn't the truth for Aurora. So we know CCOs can be just as susceptible as in-house to fail or succeed. And I think when we say one is dramatically different from the other, I really don't think we can say that. I think they're all dependent on the people inside them, the time that they exist, whether they work better or not. So I think we go back then to, if it isn't broken, why fix it? I really do believe that a lot of water reform was brought about by small councils complaining about their situation. Their voice got so loud that the big councils didn't get asked. And when it came down to the middle of the reform, the big councils said, actually, the way you're reforming us is not actually good for us or our ratepayers. And I think I am actually less worried about this reform than I was under Labor because it was a direct removal of the asset. But I'm still concerned that as this goes forward, we'll consult. I'm fairly confident based on the ratepayers' response to the Aurora situation that they will respond with wanting it in-house. I'm then not sure what's going to happen when the government gets that message back from all the main centres. Thank you.
Councillor Mayhew.
Thank you. So we've decided that we are going to get a consultation document, a draft document back to us on the 18th of March. We still need to do a lot of work fleshing out the complexity around a CCO. We've had a lot of information. We could set a direction as council, but this would be a critical document, how we influence this and what the community input would be, if any, in a CCO. So that's something I still want clarity on. I understand what the advantages are, and the key thing for me would be we're less constraint on spending that we do in other areas, and the CCO's single focus would be on the water delivery. So this could be more commercial or agile than council with our legislative frameworks, but I worry that our community won't fully understand this and that we're asking them to consult on a lot of things, so consultation fatigue is a concern,
and how we would coordinate with other councils. Servicing higher debt is also a concern. What that would mean to our consumers, more interest and more debt. If we do an in-house delivery, there's going to be less borrowing, but a group position of more debt is problematic, and it's hard. It would be hard to unwind it if we go too far down that path of a CCO. So water rate increases now, sooner than later, is a decision we have to make. A CCO would give us some headroom to offset operation costs in the first few years, but we'd see more interest in the long term. It's hard to predict what's going to happen at the end of the 10 years. It's a difficult decision to make even in the next 2 years if we have a change of government. I agree with everything that Councillor O'Malley has said, and I think that there's a concern the public might want to push the costs out into the future, given the cost of living crisis. Savings in the short term, perhaps, and Councillor Barker touched on this, I think we need to be very clear in the consultation that the long-term benefit and the risks are still unclear at the end of the modelled period, and it's impossible to predict. So we have to go through with the consultation no matter what, and we need to hear what's important from our residents. Is it the cost to the household or the level of debt that we have an appetite for? Generally, I think that we need to make it work in-house. As Councillor O'Malley said, we've already done so much and we're a little bit ahead of our other metropolitan cities, but it's really difficult to have the long-term vision around this. So to the public that are watching, please get a good understanding of this and have your say. Thank you.
Councillor Eklund.
This is obviously going out for consultation, and that's a good thing. But I really urge people to really get a feel for what each of these options really means. And what has jumped out today and prior to today is that under the CCO, the ability to borrow a lot more money is staring us in the face, at the same time as allowing for other council borrowing to be more readily available as well. And the reason I'm highlighting it like this is because we all want rates to stay as low as possible. We understand that many people in the community complain that the rates are too high and that the increases are too much. But everybody also wants their share of things done. So whether it's footpaths in their particular neighbourhoods, whether it's theatres, there are numerous things that people want. Cycleways, extra cycle connections, all those sorts of things that run into mega millions of dollars. And if everybody got what they wanted and council had the ability to fund that through debt, and councillors, or enough, were of a mind to do that, crikey, our debt would be triple what it is now. And so my big focus here is not so much how low can we keep the water rate at the moment, but where is it going to land going forward. And to be borrowing money to pay operational costs is, in my opinion, not very clever at all. I think that we should be paying the cost for water services now at the rate that it should be. And I would much rather be funding depreciation than paying interest on a huge debt in a situation whereby in 10 years' time, already the numbers are showing us that we'd be 157 million worse off than what we are now, with not a great deal of difference in terms of cost to the ratepayer over the 10-year period in terms of their water bill. So I really just urge caution when it comes to thinking that going to a CCO is going to make things a little bit cheaper or a little bit easier for the next perhaps few years. Perhaps even giving the ability to fast track some infrastructure works in the water side of things. But I think there's already a plan in place that's got that capital expenditure in check, with it being in-house, and keeping tabs on how much we're borrowing. And let's face it, at the moment, and if it doesn't go to a CCO, there are limitations as to how much we can borrow. And in a lot of ways, I think that's a good thing. I really do. So, again, I'm very much focusing on the fact that we don't want to put ourselves into a position that in 10 years' time, we've got a whole lot more debt just because we were able to up the ability to take on that debt. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
I was just thinking about what sort of degree I could have got in nearly 5 years. We've been talking about water reform since July 2020, and I really do want to say thank you to the staff for all of the great information, support, and trying to make it easier for us to travel along the varying pathways at varying times, because it has been difficult. Even reading this last night didn't quite kill me, but it was quite difficult. But I felt like all of the questions that I had were well answered, and especially that one about the fewer potential savings to households, because we have to look from a layperson's point of view. What does it mean to me? What does it mean to me? I mean, we are here as council to make long-term strategic decisions, but we're also here to go and consult with our community. I think we've learned a lot from the Aurora consultation, and I'd say one of those things is around keeping our assets. So I will think that will probably be one of the things, and protecting against privatisation as well. I don't think that was in the advantages. The advantages were, I guess, retains local control and accountability. However, I think that the protection against privatisation will be one of the things that people are actually worried about selling off water assets, etc. I did ask questions around the planning, because we do want to make... Well, I'd like to be able to decide where we're going to put some pipes in the ground and then just put some money in and do it. So I know sometimes we might say about council-controlled organisations that they're not necessarily controlled by council. There's an extra layer of challenges that we have as well. And I also note that one of the advantages is built on council's successful delivery of water services, and I think we do that work really well, and I think we've become a lot more mature in the last few years. There's also the bit about taking on less debt. I think that's very important. Avoids the cost of establishing a CCO and minimises transaction costs, and I think we might have asked that in the workshop, but we didn't ask that today. I think we had between $1 and $5 million in the last workshop about establishing a CCO, and that's a large amount of pain as well. And also this gives us flexibility. If we look at the in-house option, it gives us flexibility to make a decision in the next couple of years to look at shared services to try and get some of those efficiencies of scale as well. I'm just looking at all my notes here because I've got a lot, but I'm not going to say too much. I did just especially really care about that consultation document and how it puts the case to people, because we will be the people that are out there that have got basically a 30-second plug on. Someone says, so tell me, which one's better for me, CCO or in-house? And we need to have our key points pretty nailed, because we are the face to trying to help people give us consultation to make those decisions. And that's why I was really concerned about the fewer potential savings to households, because cost of living crisis, people worrying about their back pocket as well. So I think that's something that as governors we're going to have to consider as well, is that back pocket cost versus the long-term costs. And when we've been teasing out those options, that's been really helpful from staff, and thank you for all of the financial modelling as well. It was eye-watering, but I think the clarity was great as well. Water services are invisible, and people complain about them when they don't work, and it is a lot of I'm afraid, boring stuff that no one sees. Sorry, water professionals. But to me, growing up on the countryside, it's magic when the tap turns on, and I really appreciate actually having the option to pay for it and it magically appear. I really look forward to the consultation. I look forward to the consultation document as well, so that we will be able to very clearly state the cases for our preferred option of keeping it in-house and then having a look at another option for CCO, and I'm sure the public will tell us what they think.
Very good. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Vandervis mentioned to me earlier, council-controlled organisations are council-controlling organisations. Water is core council business. Therefore, I feel it is wise to take a business-as-usual approach, retaining control in our approach to water reform. In doing so, we will retain our staff also, which would be great. And I would also like to note we will also retain the FLAC, which goes with the territory of water rates and services. There is no doubt Council will have to address the sustainability of debt funding of our water services, which effectively subsidises water consumers' rates. From listening to Councillor O'Malley, water charges are definitely going to substantially increase in the near future. It's imperative Council retains control of the hard-to-swallow process of water reform, because historically governments have and will continue to change legislation regularly. And maintenance programs, thankfully DCC's water infrastructure and maintenance program is in a great state, unlike many of our close neighbours. It has already been stated, if it's not broken, simply don't fix it. As there are too many unknowns, I'll be voting for the softly approach of option 1, being the in-house delivery option. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Today we are not voting on which model we're going to go with. We are simply voting on what to put in the consultation document. And we do have to have a preferred option because that's how it works. We're required to. Three Waters, what a journey we've been on over the past couple of years. And I will repeat again, as I've mentioned around this table, that the community, in my view, have no idea what's coming at them. I've had people ask me, what's Three Waters? I don't understand what that means. So the level of understanding amongst ordinary people is not high, and this is a very complex matter. What I do know is that the community signalled through the process to date, the journey to date, that they want us to retain control of water services. That has been clear in the various rhetoric. Did they understand it fully? No, I don't think necessarily so. But I also just want to remind you there are 20,000 people in this city who are onlookers to this process, who this does not actually involve because they're domestic self-suppliers. And of all the people in the city, I think this group understands the investment required to deliver water, be it to turn on the tap, to maintain a septic tank and so forth. So we probably have 20,000 people who do get it beyond a basic level, because I think when you live in a household where you just turn the tap on and you don't have to think about it, and you don't until the service stops. I'm quite sure that our community wants to ensure that our Three Waters services work, that they're well maintained, and they're going to want to know what it's going to cost them in terms of this reform. I'm happy to support this motion because we've put up a preferred option, and I originally was leaning towards, some time ago, the CCO option, but I think the right first preference or preferred option is the in-house model, because it does give us some choice, and I'm particularly taken with the idea of a review in 2 years' time. In 2 years, an awful lot can happen. We can have a change of government. We would hope there wouldn't be a whole disruption once again, but in terms of this. But we do have some level of certainty in terms of figures within that 2 year span, as opposed to 10 years and beyond. And while the in-house option isn't perfect, it does allow all those elements to settle. We will know the impact of the Memorandum of Understanding with Christchurch and the efficiencies we've been able to achieve in that time. And we will have data that will give us a really good basis to consider this whole area and decide whether we want to retain it in-house or go down the CCO model. So it does give us choices, it doesn't burn our bridges, and so I'm very comfortable with the direction we're heading in terms of the consultation document. I think the challenge, and I have full faith in our comms people and the contractor, who you have mentioned, Sandy, Chief, around explaining this, because that is where the challenge lies, to explain this to our community and make it understood. I want to finish by acknowledging the extraordinary amount of work by Mr. Ward and his team and the appreciation of their expertise and mahi as we've gone on navigating this very complex journey, which I think has challenged us all. And I want to acknowledge the finance team and Mr. Christie for the excellent financial modelling to make it understandable. So it's in-house versus CCO. It's going into the consultation document, and we await the views of our community.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, and then I sat around for a minute. I popped up and I thought, what am I talking about? I need to speak. And the reason I'm saying that is that, as Councillor Gary said in her speech, the fact that we're here today is actually talking like this in a reasonably, well, I'd say a calm manner, is incredible given the journey we've been on. When I look back at how many, 5 years? Would it be 5 years of what we've had? Shivers. I think it's incredible that we are here today. We have been on a journey that can only be explained like a roller coaster. I remember we had some of the most heated debates, and that's saying a lot for our council, that we've been in. And, you know, it wasn't just us, though. The whole, many members of the public got caught up in this as well, and they were all fired up and they were protesting in the streets. And I can remember driving from Dunedin through to Gore for one of our many meetings we're doing, and everywhere along the way there was ban 3 waters, no 3 waters. You know, people were up in arms about it and they were really furious, and for us to have got to this point now is hugely significant, and the public probably don't realise, but boy, we've been through a lot. And when I say a roller coaster, we've had our highs and lows over this. I mean, I can remember sitting around the table and having to make some extremely difficult votes, and they are, well, we all remember them. I don't think I'll go over those again. They were pretty traumatic, really, let's be honest. But we as a council were other councils were talking about us because we were quite brave in some of our actions we took. We've always on this, I believe, been forward thinking, and I acknowledged our councillor over there for a lot of that earlier. And you know, to be here now and to have this in front of us, I think is quite incredible, and I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Okay, I've got everyone that wanted to speak. In replying to this, I'd like to draw your attention to the diagram, the graph on page 47, because I think that illustrates the journey we've been on in a way, because what it shows is the average water services bill per connection, and what it shows is that we start in-house and CCO starts in one place, and they finish in the same place. Like it's in a different place, but they finish at the same point, so at the same cost. They cost the same now, they cost the same at the end of 9 years. Right? But along the way, there is a bit of a divergence as at different points of view, if you like, but they end up in the same place. Now, you know, that's very much us with 3 Waters. Of course, we started as a in-house, provision of services, and we've put some more money into it and moved away from the norm, I suppose, for the country, and improved, spent a lot of money and, or stepped up our expenditure, and there's still further ways to go. in improvement of our three waters, and we're going to end up in still with an in-house CCO. But if we look down, we scroll down to the key difference between the two, by going early and paying more, we end up in the illustration on page 48, which is the net debt to operating revenue. And at the end of the 9-year plan, there's a significant difference. There's $157 million difference. So by keeping it in-house, by putting the expenditure in early, we're going to end up, the key difference is going to be $157 million of debt. We're going to be that much better off. And so I hope that the public come to understand that as they see the documentation, the consultation document. And I appreciate the fact that everyone around the table has supported that as the preferred option. Having said that, I'll put the motion. The motion's on the wall behind me. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
apologies, I have to go.
Okay. Are you in favour of the motion?
Yes, I am.
There we go. Thank you. Moving right on to our Memorandum of Understanding S4 with Christchurch City Council. Are there any updates or introductory remarks, Ms. Canton?
The only thing I perhaps just want to clarify from the conversation we were having about the models, this shared services will work whatever model the council chooses. So I think just to be very clear on that, you know, if the council goes in-house, then we can add shared services. If the council has a CCO, we can add shared services.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's partly by design, because also this will mean, regardless of what shape or structure other councils potentially come up with, that this framework will enable them to be plugged into it as well. So it's agnostic of delivery mechanism.
Yes, I think we just need to be very clear. We're not talking about a shared entity, so it's not a joint CCO or anything like that. We're talking about contracts. So, you know, if for example, the Otago councils, some Otago councils form a CCO, then as our CEO just said, then they would be able to join in this process, potentially, depending on how the investigation goes.
Yes, would it be fair to describe this as an efficiency and effectiveness mechanism?
Yes.
Oh, jolly good. Are there any other questions? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'm not really sure who this question is, because I know this is operational and that you didn't really, you're not under full obligation to bring it to us, but I'm just being curious. I see that in the summary of considerations, Te Pai Māori's the governance body to this, you know, the negotiations to go through. I'm just curious, would CCC have a similar thing in terms of protecting the rights of mana whenua to input into this?
So the CEO and I have both talked through that. From memory, she has 6 runanga, I think, compared to the 2 we have here, and we have both taken that we will brief runaka in an appropriate mechanism for each of our areas, and so I have done that here in advance of this paper coming.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, this is just around point 21, around the MOU could be broadened to include other councils, blah, blah, blah. Just how does that look and how does that work?
There haven't been any decisions on that, so that will be part of the investigation over the next couple of months.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just following on from Councillor Lafiso's question and the answer given previously, just to clarify, how do you see the relationships for both councils with their mana whenua working under this MOU, just not at business as usual, BAU as in keeping our mana whenua reps on our infrastructure committee, and that would be their involvement to have that vote at that level, and basically everything is normal. Is that the way we see that?
No, so this is just an agreement to begin to investigate shared services. What will flow from this, if it progresses and with various council decision points, is a framework for how that might operate, and that potentially will include a governance structure. At that point, there will be a discussion about where the respective councils see the role of mana whenua. So it's the next step.
So if it's an in-house option, how would that governance structure work compared to a CCO?
That's entirely agnostic, right? So say in Christchurch and Dunedin now have both decided on an in-house option, but we're at CCOs, that's agnostic of this document. This would be an overarching framework that's set over top of any of those CCOs or combined CCOs or in-house.
Any other questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Sort of summarised in the project, right, where every word is consider and identify. So it's exploratory and scoping at this moment, correct?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep. No, it's not prescriptive at all. Any further questions? Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Canton. That's nice and simple. And the whole point of this is it is nice and simple. And in saying that, I'd like to move this agreement. Councillor O'Malley, would you like to second that? And, as somebody who spent a lot of time in Christchurch, yourself, I think the alliance between the two cities to work together to develop an efficiency and effectiveness mechanism will be appreciated by the residents of both places, but I think it has potential to be very much appreciated by all councils throughout the whole South Island, because as we develop the model and get it all working, they will want to come on board and take advantage of the efficiency and effectiveness it should create. And I have every expectation it will do just that. And certainly both parties are going into it to achieve that very end. So I'm very optimistic. So, did anyone have anything else to say? Councillor O'Malley.
I'm actually quite excited to look at the cross-pollination effects that will go on. It'll be interesting to see how another organisation of size is operating around this area. And I think one of the things that will be quite exciting is what do we have in common and what are we doing differently. And that, whether we get efficiencies or not, I think we'll get a better outcome, which I think is the greatest.
Yes, well, and I think one of the things that will also feed into this, I was speaking to a leading New Zealand water engineer just on the weekend, and he had quite a lot of very positive comments to say about it. And he's looking at water systems right throughout the country, and it was fascinating to hear some of those insights. And clearly there are areas of efficiency and effectiveness to be gained. So that was great. So any other comments? Okay, therefore I'll put the motion that we approve the MOU. And sorry? Oh, yeah, no, I didn't see that. Okay, there we go. So that we approve and delegate to the chief authority to finalise and sign on behalf of council. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Now I think that is it. The last one, or are we going to non-public? Oh yes. Yes. Page different chairs agendas on different page numbers. All right, so page 194, item 17, proposed road closures, proposed event road closures. Mr McLean's here. Do you have some comments?
Yes, I do, Mr Mayor. I'm just pleased I was able to take a seat this time, and nothing further from me.
Very good, very good. Do we have some questions? Sorry? No questions? Okay, any questions? Questions? Like all that seating for nothing. Very good. Okay, so would you like to speak to it, Councillor Vandervis? Anyone? Okay, having not said anything, I'll put the motion that Council resolves to close the roads as detailed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So, next item is a resolution to exclude the public. So I move the Council excludes the public and that Anya Makalevi, Senior Transport Planner, and Chad Barker, Regional System Design Advisor for the Central and Lower South Island, be permitted to remain in the meeting because of their knowledge pertinent to item C5, State Highway 1 included. So, seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So we'll take a break for five minutes or so. 10 minutes. We'll have a break till 3 o'clock, so that to give the camera team time to dismantle.